Okay, great. Well, thank you everyone for joining, especially on a Saturday weekend. Very appreciative of all of you. We will give others a couple of minutes to join, but by the time they join, I think we can start with the introductions, and then, if we cover anything, we'll brief them on that. So I'll start with my introduction, and then if you all can, unmute or open your camera for a while and explain, like, how much experience you have in overall GRC, or if you have any experience in SOC, and also, what are your expectations from the training? I think that will help us set up the overall agenda and everything for the next 16 hours that we have. So our training is going to be today, tomorrow, and next weekend for 4 hours each and every day. And accordingly, we'll proceed with that. So I'll start with my introduction. My name is Diksha, and I have been in IT audit and GRC space for last 9 years approximately. I am CISA and ISO 27001 lead auditor certified, and I have experience in SOC from all perspective. I've been an external auditor for SOC and published report for multiple clients, and also being on the internal audit side where we reviewed the SOC reports for our vendors and clients, and also helped some of the clients implement SOC compliance in their organization. So couple of different areas, and happy to take you through this amazing SOC ride, and I'm sure you are going to learn or have a good training session in the next couple of days. Over to you. If somebody can go ahead, unmute themselves and give the short introduction of themselves.
Hi Diksha, this is Arvind here. So I also come from a combination of GRC side, specifically. So I've done GRCs, I've done IT audits, and now with SOC coming in, so I'm basically in that situation where I'm responsible for assessing our own for SOC preparation, as well as reviewing third parties to review their SOC. So I'm in that combination. So I said, okay, this is a good program to understand, and I did your previous CFA program on the ICT, so that I'm definitely looking for a good connection and a good learning experience.
Great to hear that, Arvind. Thank you.
Hey, good morning. This is Bhaskar. I'm working in a Tata Consulting Service as a lead information security consultant. Basically, my nature of job is working as a third-party risk management. We are getting a multiple risk assessment from the before onboarding to any of the vendors. So we are doing a multiple risk assessment for various kind of vendors. So we recently we are getting a lot of SOC kind of reports for most of the vendors. So I just want to understand what are the parameters which we need to validate, how it's going to be. They are working in getting an auditing report for that. So that's the reason I joined this course especially. It will be really helpful for me to the upcoming client assessment for the future.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Next, anyone?
Hi, Biju Sam here. Sorry, continue, please.
That's okay. Biju, you start. No problem.
Hi, I'm Biju Sam. Basically, IT security. I'm having around 18 years of experience in IT sec and IT audit, as well CISA certified and CISM. And now just migrated to US, and here I found that most of the requirements are for the SOC. So I thought that I have to get some knowledge about that one. And I found
so in IT audit, have you worked on SOC before, or you were just
no.
internal audit teams?
No.
Okay.
Actually, first time only.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi from Pune, and similar to Sam, I'm getting into the SOC side for the a novice down. But yes, I have fair understanding about the GRC as such, and a hardcore techie move to the governance and the business side of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Raju.
Hi everyone. My name is Uma, and I have my background is I have 17 years of work experience in network and security. working with firewall, IPS, and but currently I'm taking, a break. Actually, I'm not working now, and I'm trying to make a career transition into a GRC, and I'm studying for CISA at the moment, and just that's how I came to know about the your academy. Having this SOC course, I will give me more insight into the CISA prep. Plus, this is something, a good a combination with my background to go back, start looking for a job and move forward.
That sounds great, Uma. Thank you for sharing. I don't think like not all of you are from like right now joining from India only, right?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you based out of India?
No, I'm in US.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think Trini is also in US, if I'm not wrong, if I heard it right.
No, I'm in India, Bangalore.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Very great to hear. I mean, we have a pretty experienced, people over here in this batch. But what I understand is that you all are just starting your SOC journey right now. You have experience in IT audit or in IT, but in SOC you are just starting right now. So we will keep it very beginner friendly. We will try to cover all the aspects of SOC. We will try to keep focused on that, but we'll also be covering IT audit from some parts, some areas, because it is a major, part of understanding SOC in general. Okay. Prabhu has joined. Hi, Prabhu. Are you able to hear us?
Diksha, sorry, I have some network issue, so I will talk to you later.
Okay, no worries, no
I will
worries.
listen that. Thank you.
Okay, meanwhile, we'll just start the session. Please let me know if you're able to see my screen. Are you able to see it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so as we mentioned, we are going through this SOC training program for the 16 hours. We have 4 hours today, tomorrow, and then the next weekend. SOC, if all of you or some of you have joined our webinar, we also covered some of the basics over there, but we'll just rediscuss all of those. This session, I don't want to be just a facilitator, just explaining everything. Let's keep it as interactive as possible. We all are very experienced professionals over here. If you have any questions, concerns, anytime, just feel free to unmute or stop myself and, we can discuss that. If you have a scenario or, you have from your prior experience, if you want to discuss anything, just feel free to do that. Okay. So, okay, SOC stands for Service Organization Controls, as we mentioned earlier. So, SOC, okay. So how it happens is that, if you understand, there are service organizations and there are client organizations. Service organizations are those who are providing any kind of services to their clients. And then there are client organizations who are taking those services. Why SOC stands? So SOC stands for the Service Organization Controls. That means all the controls that are operating within the service organization from IT perspective. Okay. There are multiple trust criteria, multiple areas, multiple types of SOC controls. Yeah, SOC reports. We will cover all those detail in the upcoming slides. But in general, you need to understand that SOC gives an independent report by independent auditors on the service organization controls. That means the controls that are operating within the service organization, how they are operating. There are findings over there, whether they have been operating effectively and all those details. And client organizations rely on the service organization report to understand that, yes, the services that I'm taking from the company, they have a good risk environment, their controls are operating effectively, and I can rely on those services. That's why they ask for the SOC reports. This is a high level what SOC report stands for, and why it is needed. But there are multiple areas. We'll cover those in detail in the upcoming slides. Agenda for this whole training program is going to be, we are going to cover all kinds of SOC frameworks. What are the differences? In SOC, there is one framework called SOC 2. So it is based on multiple trust service criteria. What those trust service criteria are, we are going to get those in detail. What the overall SOC audit life cycle is, how it starts, how it ends, all those things in detail. Then if there are, there are some controls which are mandatory to have or very common across all the SOC reports. What are those controls, how they're designed, how they're implemented, how SOC reporting and interpretation happens, how all the reporting is done, and then there are, real world examples and what are the best practices. So we are going to cover those as well. Okay, now, what is SOC? Service Organization Controls. We just mentioned that it is a comprehensive audit framework which helps service organizations demonstrate their security and controls effectiveness to their customers, to their auditors, to their stakeholders through independent third-party verification. It is very important to understand that it is not a standard like ISO. It is not very rigid, but it has to be via independent third-party auditor. Those auditors are AICPA certified, and they have to be AICPA certified. Only then they are allowed to do these audits. Or the company that is providing the SOC report or doing the SOC audit, they have to be from AICPA certified. Only then they can do the SOC audit, right? And this is used. So service organizations hire these independent auditors to come in their environment, test their controls, provide an independent third-party audit report, and then they provide that to their customers, to their auditors, to their stakeholders for a good reputation, for their contractual perspective, or just to showcase that they have good control environment within their company. Okay. It is developed by AICPA and CIMA for cloud, SaaS, and service providers. It is mainly used by cloud, SaaS, and service providers to demonstrate their internal controls. Independent verification is very, very important. The third-party CPAs have to provide their unbiased audit opinion. It is also used for trust building, so critical for enterprise customers making vendor decisions. So if there is a company, there is an enterprise who wants to onboard vendors, they will have these criteria. Like they will first verify or see their SOC reports. They'll get those SOC reports from their vendors, and on the basis of that, they'll decide if they want to onboard that vendor in their environment or not, right? So in vendor decisions also, SOC reports comes very handy, and it is one of the most critical reports that you can provide to your client if you want to provide your services to the client. Then there are multiple compliance tools. I mean, it also demonstrates adherence to security frameworks and regulations. If you have get yourself audited to SOC reports. If you have, I think you are already adhering to multiple security frameworks and regulations, can be HIPAA or can be ISO, because there are a lot of controls which are, which are there in ISO also, which are there in SOC also, which are there in HIPAA also. So if you are having this SOC report getting done for your organization, I think you will have adherence to multiple security frameworks and regulations also. And of course, there is a market advantage that, it is increasingly required by enterprise and regulated clients. Any questions in this one? Like, what is SOC and why it is needed?
One quick question, Diksha. Why the service organization is preferred for SOC auditing? Is there any cost wise? Because instead of going ISO 27001, most of the I've seen most of that party vendors which are doing risk assessment, they prefer to go for SOC instead of ISO. Is there any cost wise they are selecting for SOC?
Yes, cost wise can be a reason over there, and there are other reasons as well. First is that ISO is very strict in its requirements. Like if they are going for ISO 27001, there is a requirement from 4 to 10, and they have to adhere to all the requirements for them to be compliant to ISO 27001, right? For them to be certified to that. But in SOC, there is not a requirement like that. There is one trust service criteria, which is called security. You will see that in detail in the upcoming slides. That is mandatory to have, like controls around security, but others you can choose based on what service you are providing, what customers you want to share this with. So it reduces the cost on that, and accordingly you can manage your cost around it. And also, not like there are trust service criteria around privacy or processing integrity. There might be the case that those all of those controls are not covered in ISO, because ISO has a very strict rigid requirements, but SOC does not have very strict rigid requirements. It does have only the trust service criteria, and it can cover a lot of scope for your organization. So you can add as many controls as you want based on what service you are providing or what customers you're targeting to, as I mentioned, and accordingly you can get those reports. Does that answer your question? So it's very flexible.
Thank you, Diksha. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I can give you some example, like there is a bank who is evaluating, there are multiple cloud vendors for their customer data, but only two have their SOC reports. In that case, they'll only go ahead and further, see those two vendors compared to the one who don't have a SOC report. So you always have a market advantage to providing, these SOC reports to your clients. Okay. Okay, next. Now, there are multiple frameworks for SOC. There are multiple SOC reports that are used by enterprises. SOC 1, SOC 2, and then there is SOC 3. Okay. The most commonly used is SOC 2. You would have seen all maximum companies, they require SOC 2 type 2. That's the most common one, but these are others as well which are being used. Now, the first one is SOC 1. SOC 1 primary focus is internal controls over financial reporting, and it targets financial statement impact and accounting controls. What does that mean is, in SOC 1, generally it is required by company who have SOX regulation, okay, for those companies. Or if you are providing services like payroll services or other, services which can impact or which can have an impact on your finances, which can have an impact on your yearly stakeholder reports, I think in that case you want to have a SOC 1 report. And how will you identify the scope for a SOC 1 report? You will have the scope of applications or your business areas which directly impact your financial reporting, right? And on those are going to be the scope of your SOC 1 report, and accordingly you can get that audited from independent third-party auditors. Independent third-party auditors is a common thing over here. It just was the target of it. So your target can be your external auditors, your user organization, or your management. So if you are having such applications where it is impacting your financial reporting, I think you want to have a SOC 1 framework or SOC 1 report for your organization. Any questions in this, like what SOC 1 stands for? So examples can be like, payroll processing companies who are providing payrolls, right? So in that case, it directly impacts the financial regulation of the client, financial reporting of the client, right? In that case, they will want SOC 1 report from you as a vendor, okay? If there are billing platforms, like there are softwares who are providing these billing services, so in that case also they will want SOC 1 report from you, or accounting software, or fund administrators, investment managers. If you are a service provider or you're a SaaS provider like that, and if you have these type of services with you, I think your client will want a SOC 1 report from you, and accordingly you will identify your scope and get those audited, right? So this is what SOC 1 reporting is. Now, you are seeing that there are two types. So I can understand that there are, multiple jargons over here in overall SOC, and I think it is part of like GRC or IT audit. There are multiple jargons, but eventually once you start using that very frequently, I think you get habituated to it, and it just becomes your second language. So don't worry about that. I'm sure by the time this training ends, you will know all of these terms because we'll use them so repeatedly. Okay, so you are seeing that there are two types of SOC 1 reports, type 1 and type 2. Right now, we are talking about SOC 1, type 2 reports. First is type 1. Type 1 stands for point in time snapshots, control at a very specific date, or it can, rely within 1 week to 2 weeks as well. What happens in that case? Auditors come in the environment for a week. At this point of time, how your controls are operating or how your controls are designed, your type 1 report is based on that. Sometimes company do that because they have to provide a very quick report to their customers. In that case, they get this type 1 report done. That right now it's happening like that. But generally, it is not a very acceptable audit report, and it also becomes costly because it is only giving coverage or it is only giving assurance for the point in time controls, and it is not covering any audit period in the past. You all are like IT auditors, so you know how important it is to cover the audit period overall. So type 1 is generally used, but it is not that extensively used by companies, and it gives only assurance or comfort for a particular date or for a week or 2 weeks maximum, not beyond that. So that is called as type 1 report. And then comes the type 2 report. Type 2 report is audit period review. So for your auditor, suppose you have an audit period from January to September. Your auditors will come in September starting, and they will identify how your controls have been operating over the period from January to September, and accordingly they provide the independent audit or their opinion on that. This type 2 report is widely acceptable. You can provide to your customers to see that, to say that my controls have been operating effectively for over a year or for these many months. And for the rest of the period, you can get a bridge letter or like that. Bridge letter, I'll come to that in the upcoming slides. So type 2 report covers the whole audit period. Type 1 reports only cover point in time control effectiveness. And your type 2 report can be minimum of 6 months. Sometimes it's for 3 months also, but it can maximum go up to 12 months. You can get your audit report for 12 months, and then next year again your auditors will come and get for another 12 months after your previous audit period ended. And accordingly, you can have continuous SOC reports every year on that. Makes sense? You have seen something like this before. Any questions, concerns?
This is Arabian here. Quick question, ma'am. For type 2,
Yeah.
now presumably I finished my audit today. Now my next audit is going to be next year, correct?
Yeah.
So for how long I can point myself that I am type 2 compliant as receiving evidence and also providing evidence as from when I'm doing third-party reviews. They provided me a SOC report. Right? So what would be the ideal time saying, okay, this is SOC compliant, or I have to do an initial review, or I have to request a bridge letter from them? What in a type 2 report?
Okay, so type 2 report always covers backdated audit period, not coming up. It's like right now, if you are getting an audit report, SOC 2 report in January, and maybe they had their audit period from last January to December. Right. You can only say that it was there from January to December. Understood. In what case you can get your bridge letter, like suppose it was there till September, but you, as per your company, as being client, you want them to know that whether their controls are operating in November or not. In that case, you can get a 3 months bridge letter from the management. Bridge letter just states that there has been no change in the controls. There has been no exceptions or no new incidents that has been identified that will in any way change the opinion of this report. That is covered.
So ideally, presumably they have, for example, I get a third party review which was completed in June 2025, correct? But I'm reviewing the assessment today. So now they basically 5 months have crossed. So obviously then will a bridge letter do for 5 months, or I'll have to basically look into alternate whether are they in the process of recomplying? How will that work out basically?
See, generally bridge letters are good for 3 months. Okay, that's not a very long time for any control to change. Understood. But if they have a 5-month bridge letter. I have seen 6 months bridge letter also, but
Okay.
that is, that is majorly most of the time as a client. If you are a client and you are reviewing those SOC reports from the vendors, most of the
Understood.
time 6-month bridge letter they do not accept. And
Understood.
as a client, they'll say that I want to go in your environment and test those controls myself because I don't trust it.
Understood. Understood.
Right? But you can trust a SOC report for sure.
Okay.
Because that you can know.
Okay. Thanks, man. Thank you.
Okay, and as we mentioned, examples of SOC 1 are like payment processor, banks, or financial service providers, or payroll services. All those, services that can impact the financial reporting. I think they can get themselves SOC 1 report. Okay, next is SOC 2 report. SOC 2 report are data security and operations basically. Any kind of IT services providers or SaaS providers and all of those like, IT or data security provider companies, all those service companies, they can get themselves a SOC 2 report and provide those to their customers for trust building or contractual requirements, whatever. SOC 2, as I mentioned earlier, SOC 2 is the maximum used SOC report in all these three, SOC 1, 2, 3. So SOC 2 type 2, you would see most of the time you are asking, if you are a client, you are asking that report from your vendor, or if you are a vendor and providing your report to the client, you will get yourself SOC 2 type 2 done. Okay. SOC 2 type 1 is also done sometimes, but majority of the time it's SOC 2 type 2 done. So what is SOC 2 type 2? As I mentioned, if you are providing IT services or SaaS services, data security services, you will get yourself SOC 2, and it is completely dependent on 5 trust service criteria already defined by AICPA, and that talks about security, availability, integrity, confidentiality, and privacy. Out of these 5 trust service criteria, security is the mandatory one to have. You cannot have a SOC 2 report without having your security related controls. But other than that, it's optional. You want to have your availability controls, you want to have your confidentiality controls or privacy controls. It depends completely on you. Whether the controls are and you want to keep them in scope for your report, whether you want to showcase those effectiveness of the controls to your customers or not, completely management decision, and it is not a mandatory from AICPA or third-party auditors anywhere. Okay, but security is the majority one. We'll cover each of these trust service criteria, what they mean, examples, controls, everything in the upcoming slides. Okay, it is industry leader, always used. SOC 2 reports are majority. They are used, mostly required by SaaS or cloud or software companies. Again, same, it can be type 1 or type 2. Type 1 is a specific date snapshot, 5-7 days or maximum 15 days, like 2 weeks period. It can only say whether your controls are operating effectively at this point in time, right? Is here anyone who does not understand what risk or what controls are? I'm sure all of you are like already experienced, so you would know that. So I just don't want to get into detail of that. You all understand, right? Like what is design effectiveness of controls? What is operating effectiveness of controls? I mean, you are able to relate to those terms.
Yes, ma'am, I am. I don't know what the others, but yeah.
Anybody here who wants me to explain that, please let me know. Happy to do that.
I appreciate to explain that.
Oh, okay. All right. So when I am talking about control effectiveness, what I mean is that whenever an audit is being done, I'll just give you a high level understanding of how audits are done. Any audit, it can be SOC or any other IT audit, how it happens. It starts with scope identification of the audit. Okay, what business processes you want to get audited, right? What all business processes you want to keep in scope. Your auditors will identify, confirm your scope from you. Then they'll go ahead and identify what all assets are involved in those business processes, your critical assets, right? It can be your multiple applications, your hardware, your software, what all assets are over there that, they want to check. In IT audit, we are only checking IT assets, right? Your hardwares and softwares and other applications. Once that is done, then comes the risk assessment part, okay? based on what vulnerabilities are there in your assets, what threats can be there that can hamper or jeopardize the confidentiality or overall functioning of your assets, and that can, breach the objective that you are trying to achieve for your business process. So your threats and likelihood will be identified. It's just not auditor's role. Always management is involved, and then management will help you. If you are an auditor, management will help you with identifying vulnerabilities or threats based on the objectives that they have. You identify your threats and vulnerabilities, then you will see what risks are there. Like, from a basic example I want to take, there is an application. Okay, what risk can be there over? I mean, there can always be a risk of unauthorized access, like somebody who is not authorized to have access is having that, access to that application, and it can jeopardize your confidentiality of the application, right? So how are you going to cover or mitigate that risk? You are going to put controls over there, and we all have controls in our systems. I mean, it's just we don't put or give much attention to that, but we all have controls all the time. Like, one can be your password, how you are putting your passwords, your MFA or multi-factor authentication, how you are putting those, and those all things that that are embedded in our system. Those are controls which are helping to mitigate or avoid the risk of unauthorized access, right? So there can be a control that your password complexity have to be this, that minimum length should be 8, and it should cover at least big number, or it should cover a symbol as well. Those are your password complexity, and it is helping you mitigate the risk of unauthorized access. So password complexity or having a password protected application is a control for you. Okay, it's a control. Auditor will identify what all controls are applicable for this application. Okay, that there is a control of password complexity, there is a control that user access review has to happen maybe on a quarterly or a 6 months basis, like that. And they will see that these controls, if they are designed, are they designed appropriately as per the industry standard, and also whether it is uh, you know okay to mitigate the risk or not. First part is designing of the control. Is it designed appropriately? If it is designed appropriately for the audit period, like we were discussing, like suppose your audit period was January to December, okay, and you see that your control was designed effectively. I'll take example of user access review, that you've seen that yes, user access review has been designed correctly. The manager takes all the people who have access to particular system, and then they review, right? It can be automated also. Now that there are multiple tools, it can be automated also, that yes, it is designed appropriately. If they find any discrepancy, they will just go ahead and correct the access, right? You are comfortable as an auditor, so you will pass the design part of that control. Okay, then you will check, it is designed, but was it operating effectively? Then you will ask for samples. Like, suppose your user access review was supposed to have in every quarter, and you have a total audit period of 1 year. Okay, as an auditor, you will ask samples for suppose 2 quarters. You will randomly select, like, give me your user access reports, for user access review reports for 2 quarters, quarter 2 and quarter 4. Okay, then you will check that whether, as per the policy and procedure that has been defined for this control, was it actually operating according to that. Okay, whether the managers or the individuals who are supposed to follow these procedures, whether they followed or not. If they followed for both your samples, both your quarters, you will mark it pass as an auditor. Okay, you will say that yes, the control is designed operating effective, control is designed properly, and it is also operating effectively for this whole audit period, and that's how you satisfy your control. This is a very detailed process, but I just wanted you to have an understanding how high level things work. Does that answer, or does that clarify like some of your questions? Am I audible? Hello.
Hi, Disha. I had another query.
Yeah.
So when we say we are taking for the type 2 report, we are taking the extended period like 6 to 12 months of operation. Are we saying that the auditor stays in the organization, looks at all the records for the 6 to 12 months, or they
No,
just take evidences for
they just
some
take
of the
evidences. They'll come, suppose your
Okay.
audit period is ending in December, your auditors will come in December and they'll ask for all the sample evidences from past 1 year. And as a
Okay.
management company will provide those evidence. And that is why audit logging and monitoring all those details are very important when you are implementing SOC in your organization, right? Or implementing your controls. You have to have controls or processes where you are logging every detail so that it is evidence ready. You can provide that to your regulators, to your auditors, everyone.
Okay, similar to the ISO audit.
Same. Audits are always same. It happens similarly. Just the objective approach, it's different, or what you are trying to cover.
Okay.
Okay. And okay, what's the business value of having a SOC 2 report required for enterprise deals, customer contracts, or differentiation? Most of the customer contracts you will see, they have a clause that you have to provide a SOC 2 report to me on an annual basis, because maximum companies, like I'll give an example of Amazon, right? Amazon is a huge company. They are providing services to, I don't know, thousands of companies or maybe more, right? But they cannot allow all client of them to come in their environment and audit them every year, right? They cannot do that. It's just not possible. It's just not feasible. What they'll do, they'll have a SOC report ready in their contract with their client. They'll just say that on a yearly basis, I'll provide you a SOC report of mine. They'll keep their scope like that it caters to all of their customers or clients. They'll get that SOC report from their auditor and just provide to all the customers on an yearly basis. Right? So from contractual perspective, it's a very important report. And also from enterprise deals, like if you are a small organization, you have to want to grow your market, you want to reach more clients. If you are having a SOC 2 report, I think you will have a more brand value and more clients you can attract on that, because you can showcase that my controls have all the confidentiality controls, security controls, availability controls, they're all operating effectively, and you can trust us with your services. Make sense? Cost can be completely dependent on the auditor, how much scope they are covering, how big is the company, how much complexity they have, and how long it is going to take, or how many evidences they are going to verify. So it's completely dependent on that, and accordingly it goes over there. Any questions in SOC 2? I hope you are able to grasp what SOC 2 means.
So I've got another query as well. So here
Sure,
the cost 15K to 50K plus, right? So it's huge compared to the ISO standards. I mean, ISO audits.
Huge?
I mean, I've seen the value for ISO implementation to be around 3 to 5 lakhs, including the certification audit. So compared to that, 15K or 50K is quite large.
See, it's in US. It's in US, similar cost is charged. In India also, I have seen it happens around, I remember when I was working in a consultancy, 5-6 years back, and then they were charging 3-4 lakhs for a SOC 2 report. Right? Now it can be more, but it completely is dependent. And I have seen also consultancies charging 15 to 20 lakhs also, okay, for a SOC 2 report. Difference in one SOC report, there was one location, very less applications, the scope was limited. That's why they were charging 3-4 lakhs. But in the another one, there were more than 10 plus locations over there. And for all those, there were all the security criteria were applicable, so many applications, lots of evidence. So it completely depends on how many evidences the auditor is going to review, and accordingly they charge on that. In ISO, what happens, it's it does not vary much, because it has a very strict criteria of all those 10 requirements. The evidence requirements are almost the same always. So it does not vary much. So it always stands around that. And
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
In privacy, actually, the processors need the SOC 2 report.
Processors, you mean what?
Yeah, data processors.
Yes,
They-
they can sometimes need software report. They also need, there are other privacy requirements also. There are other privacy reports also, ISO 27701 or GDPR like that. But they want to have a SOC 2 report. But in that case, they will not explicitly ask for SOC 2 report, because SOC 2 majorly stands for your security controls. Okay.
No.
But if you have some areas of your privacy, like if you are like a healthcare, from your healthcare or other areas where you can have, and you have some customers, you who other than your security controls, they also want to have your privacy controls in place, then you will have this privacy trust service criteria as well in your report. But especially only for privacy, customers will not ask for it, because there are other better reports or requirements for privacy.
Thank you.
I can move ahead, right? Okay. Now comes the SOC 3. It is the least used SOC report. It is a summary of your SOC 2 report, and generally it is optimized for your public disclosures. So generally companies do not, or the auditors do not charge much for SOC 3. They just provide you with very few, and very limited revenue. They'll provide you SOC 3 report also if they are doing your SOC 2 report, because it is just a summary of that. The SOC 3 report will only have necessary controls or necessary details of your SOC 2 report that you can publicly make available either on your website, or you can provide to your potential customers, not your contractual customers, so that they can, have a trust on you that yes, you have a SOC 2 report available and your controls are working fine. So it is generally SOC 3 reports are available on the company website that anybody can go and see, and to have an understanding on what scope their SOC 2 covers. And it's just a high level summary of SOC, but it does not control any detailed controls or any details about overall the control structure or the company, or some confidential details. It does not have any of that. Okay. So the audience is general public, prospects, web visitors. Format, it's a very layman language, non-technical. Summary of controls, no detailed test results it has. It is used for public distribution, published on websites, marketing, trust pages. Benefits, it will brand trust, differentiates in market, no confidential or restriction. If you have a potential customer and on your page, if you have a SOC 3 or you can provide your SOC 3 report, I think that gives you, or that makes you a better prospect than other your competitors. Approval, auditor's opinion is always included, and seal of trust is displayed publicly. The approver, the auditor who is giving you your SOC 2 report, they will only give you your SOC 3 report as well. Make sense? Any questions, concerns? And in terms of type 1 or type 2, so SOC 3 is always type 2 only. Like for your SOC 2 type 2 report, the summary can be made and it can be your SOC 3 type 2 report. There is no type 1 report for SOC 3.
So is SOC 3 report done separately, or only after SOC 2 is done, a SOC 3 report is generated?
Only after SOC 2 is done. Only after your SOC 2 type 2 is done. Your auditors will only prepare a SOC 3 report. It will have high level details of your company services, high level, and your auditor's opinion, whether the report is a qualified or non-qualified report, and just the basic details of all the SOC 2 type 2. But it's always done after SOC 2 type 2, not before that.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyone else? Okay. Now we will be covering the trust service criteria, what all trust service criteria stands for. So trust service criteria are only used in your SOC 2 audits or SOC 2 reports. SOC 2, as we mentioned, that is the majorly used report, maximum time, industry leader, and it's completely relies on these trust service criteria. There are 5 foundational categories that define the overall security and control objective of the organizations must address in SOC 2 audits. Each category address specific risk and customer concerns. There are 5, and what they all identify, you have to see over there, right? First one is security, your protection against your unauthorized access. You have CC6, CC7, CC9. Unfortunately, we are not able to, show you a SOC 2 Type 2 report due to a confidentiality reason. Uh, it's always a client's report, so we cannot show you that. But if you are able to see somewhere in your company, I think you will make sense. I mean, some of you are already working on some of the SOC reports. So, after the session, I would recommend if you go ahead and read the SOC reports, I think it will just make everything a lot clearer. Make sense? We would have shown, but it's just due to confidentiality. We cannot show you a SOC 2 Type 2 report. Okay. So first, trust service criteria is security, that is protection against your unauthorized access. There can be multiple controls around it. Then comes your availability, how your system is operational, whether it is accessible or not, whenever needed, it comes under availability. Then comes your processing integrity, like complete, accurate, timely, authorized transaction is being done or not. That comes under processing integrity. Confidentiality, like your sensitive information is protected from unauthorized disclosure or not. That comes under confidentiality. And then privacy, like how personal data is collected, used, retained for regulation. So this is just showing you the overall objective of your trust service criteria. What's the objective of it? And then, there are availability, processing integrity, confidentiality, privacy, right? Before we go in the trust service criteria, I want an activity to be done over here. Can you, okay. Can you make 2 groups and, maybe one group can do 3 trust service criteria and other, or all 5. You all have some experience. We just discussed some of those. Before we can discuss all those TSC in detail, but I want you to brainstorm initially. And what do you think? You can identify an example, like what a company, example of a company, and then if you can identify at least 2 controls that you would have seen in each of the trust service criteria, then we can discuss that in the session. Because if you brainstorm that earlier, it will be very easy for you to later understand what all those TSC mean and what controls are applicable over there. Does this sound good? I can create 2 breakout rooms. How many people we have? We have total 8 people except me and Deepti. So 2 groups will be good. Is everybody okay with that? Okay, 8. I'll just set up breakout rooms. Okay, it already created. So open rooms. And once you are done, you can always close that out and come to the main call. You will have, it's 9:50 around my time. So you will have 15 minutes to discuss. So 10:05, at 10:05, please come to the main room and we can discuss. Hi everyone, welcome back. Let's wait for everybody to join back. Is everyone back?
Yeah, I think everyone is back.
No, I think we might be missing a couple of
Yeah.
the team members
Oh,
because we are only 6 right now, excluding you and
oh, yeah.
from the academy.
Okay, no worries. We'll just start meanwhile. So, room one, if you can, somebody can share your screen however you want. If you can explain the example and the trust service criteria over there, that would be great. And we can discuss it from there.
Yeah, so we don't have anything to share on the screen as such. So since we were not quite familiar with what were the controls relevant to SOC, we came up with 2 controls which we have seen relevant to ISO 27001.
Okay.
So one was related to the access rights, which as seen as role-based access controls within the organization, specific to projects. And also the second control that I've seen was related to the identity access management. So the creation of user accounts till to the full life cycle of accounts when a user joins the organization to when he or she leaves the organization.
But what
These
do you
were the
think,
two
like,
controls.
where these controls lie in all the trust service criteria? Which trust service criteria will have these controls in place? I mean, just a guess will be good. In those 2 controls, what do you think is the risk over here?
So the main risk is related to confidentiality.
The second one, right?
For the role-based access control.
Okay. Okay.
For
And the
the
first one?
IAM,
Yeah.
First one could be the availability of data. I'm not sure which trust control it refers to in SOC.
Okay. All right. Next group, we can come to that. Next group. Anybody here who wants to share? No? The second breakout group.
Actually, we discussed about that the confidentiality, integrity, and the availability part.
And what
As
controls did you come up with?
pardon, and as Rajit told, we also discussed about that access control systems, both physical and what you call system wise. What should be the controls?
Okay.
All
right. So we can do this activity probably in the last day as well again, because it's very important for you to understand what controls fall under, what type of controls at least fall under which trust service criteria. We'll go through the session. I just wanted to, have an understanding if you have any understanding, and then we can go through that. Okay, no problem. So the one that you mentioned, Rajat, that around confidentiality, you are very right that, the need to have access, the role-based access, it comes under confidentiality. If you have those controls, that will fall under trust service criteria. But the first one that you talked about around access, it does not come under availability, it comes under security. Because the risk that you are mitigating over there is that, unauthorized people should not have access to your relevant application, correct? So it talks
Okay,
about
yeah.
security, so you should have that within the security trust service criteria. Okay, no problem.
Understood. Yeah.
I will just share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So we will cover each of the criteria over here, and we will try to talk about what all examples, what all controls you can expect within this trust service criteria. The first one is the security, which is the mandatory to have, and all the controls that are related to unauthorized access, whether that can be physical or logical, it comes under security. There are two types of access or unauthorized access that we have to protect, right? One is physical, one is logical. Physical comes under all your environmental controls. Like suppose there is a data center which is holding, lot of servers for the company. Okay, there are multiple physical controls that will be applicable over there, like biometric access. Not anyone who has access to that can enter the data center. CCTV cameras, right? There has to be CCTV cameras all over the place to monitor if there is no unauthorized activity going on. Visitor access, visitor card, and all those controls, they come under physical access. And even in our companies also, right, where we work, there are your guards over there. That is also a control that your guards are placed at the main gate. Okay, you will have a control that there is a security placed at the control. So auditors, how the auditors check these physical controls? They personally visit that area and see that whether all those physical security controls are placed or not. You have your biometric access or not. Either it can be thumbprint like that, or any other biometric access you have or not. Card based access, if you say that we have that, they'll visit that facility of you, and they'll see whether those controls are not, so that your area is protected. Because wherever you are working, you're working on confidentiality data. Your company is a protected area which needs to have physical access in place, right? Physical security controls in place. So one is you are protecting your system, your environment from physical unauthorized access. That comes under physical security. Then comes your logical security. Logical security are unauthorized access to your systems, to your applications, to your databases, to your operating systems, and all those, how you are protecting unauthorized access to those controls, that comes under logical. Okay. So whenever you are hearing that security trust service criteria, there has to be controls within that, you should think from physical and logical access perspective. What all controls can be there? Okay. Whether you are an auditor who is auditing for and providing the SOC report, or whether you are within the company, okay, and you are responsible for implementing those controls. So you have to think from that perspective. Your mentality should be like that. Now, what all examples of controls can be there? So first one, very important, access controls and authorization, authentication. I'll talk about physical access. I just told you what all controls can be there, but from logical, your access controls can be your password, your MFAs, who all can access it, how the access is getting approved, approval of access, and all those controls comes under access controls and authentication within security. Then encryption is also a very important control, encryption and cryptography within security, like how your data is encrypted at rest or in transit. We will, in the upcoming slides, when you go ahead with the training, you will see that we have identified couple of most important controls, how they are tested, what is needed to be implemented over there for you to be compliant with SOC. Okay. But right now, we can tell you the data encryption and cryptography is very important. How the data is encrypted at rest or in transit. Okay. Then your network and perimeter security, how your network is protected, how your firewalls are there, how your IDS, IPS, intrusion detection, and your intrusion prevention systems are placed, how you have implemented those controls in your organization to protect yourself from internet or outside threats. Right? So network and perimeter security is also very important. Then your vulnerability management, how your vulnerabilities are managed over there, how you are managing your incidents. If there has been an incident, what your incident response procedures are there, how what is the process being followed if there has been an incident. And your customers are very keen to know how you are managing your incidents, how you are managing your vulnerabilities, what is the overall process over there for managing your incidents, for your vulnerabilities, how your data is encrypted, because they are completely relying on you for protecting their data or their customers' data, right? So you have to put all the controls around protecting the data, protecting the access to their system, and then only your customers can rely on your services, right? So your organization must have all these controls so that your clients can rely on you. Make sense? So these are some of the, not least, I would say, mandatory controls to have whenever you are getting your SOC 2 report done, especially security. It is mandatory to have. So you can say that these are the mandatory controls for you to have in your SOC report. Okay. I can, give an example. Like there is a cloud storage company, suppose like Dropbox. What all controls they need to have? Like they need to encrypt maybe all of their customer files at rest, right? This can be one of the controls. Then auditor will come and check how those customer files are encrypted, what encryption technique you are using, whether the process is appropriate or not. Second can be how your HTTPS encryption for data in transit is being done, how you have implemented your multi-factor authentication for employee access or not, whether that multi-factor authentication can be bypassed or not, whether all employees are supposed to, have that MFA control in there, or, there are some users who are not, supposed to have that, and that becomes a risk, right? So all those controls can be tested in this example. Just wanted to confirm you on the agenda. In the upcoming slides, you will also see what all are the common findings or common challenges you see whenever a SOC audit is done or whenever you are implementing a SOC report. So we'll come to that as well. Make sense? Any questions in security? Does this give you a basic idea what this criteria means, what all controls you can expect in that? Can I move on to the next one? Okay, perfect. Now, we have talked about unauthorized access. Your access is protected, right? From physical and logical, both perspectives. Now comes the second criteria, which is availability. That your system is available for operation and use whenever needed. Very important term, whenever needed. Whenever your employees are working on that, your other customers, any of your stakeholders are working on that, your systems are available for operation. How you are making sure that your systems are available for operation? We have in any enterprise, there are multiple controls that we implement to make sure that our systems are available, right? First one, very important, business continuity and disaster recovery. I'm sure all of you are aware of, somewhere heard that, about these controls. What is your plan for business continuity what are procedures that you have planned for your disaster recovery control, right? Whenever a disaster happens, what is your plan that is in place to recover from the disaster so that your systems become available for working within no time, right? So that comes under disaster recovery. If there has been any cases where a business operation is interrupted, what is your plan for business continuity? How that happens? So business continuity starts with your BIA, business impact analysis, and your complete plan. We can cover this control also in the upcoming slide, how that control is overall tested, because it is one of the most important control within availability, right? But is there anyone here who has not heard about business continuity and disaster recovery ever? Like they don't know what that means, like completely. Anyone? All of you have heard, right? Because I'm sure we all are like, we have like a lot of experience, so we would have somewhere heard about it at least. Okay, great. So this is one of the important control in availability. Next comes your system monitoring and alerting. Now that we have, multiple tools like Splunk and others, system should be monitored continuously, especially your critical systems, and alerting process has to be implemented so that the management, the responsible teams, they are aware on time if there has been any issues, any threats, any vulnerabilities has been identified, any blocks in your system operation has been identified. The alerting system has to be in place, and there are controls around it to check whether your system monitoring and alerting is properly working or not, right? Then comes your backup and recovery procedure. I'm sure you also have heard about this. You should have your backup and recovery procedure so that if there is any issue with your systems, you can restore those and have your data ready and available for your stakeholders to be working completely fine. If you read it clearly, they all are interrelated, and when you are implementing that, you have to think about it from a holistic perspective. What you can do, you can start with your BIA, then you can go ahead with BCP, you can identify your disaster recovery in place. When you are talking about your disaster recovery, you will think about your RTO and RPO, how much time is required for you to, or how much maximum time you can tolerate for your systems to be downtime, or how much data you can tolerate to be lost during disaster. And accordingly, you will work on your data recovery, backup and recovery procedures as well, so that everything is in sync and you are not losing, you don't have like much downtime, or you're not losing much data during any of these. If there is any threat, if there is any attack, hacker attack, or if there are any disasters that's happening, right? Accordingly, you will have your system monitoring and alerting in place also, so that you are aware of these threats and you can perform or start your backup and recovery procedure. You will do your capacity planning and management also in accordance with your BCP and BIA, so that there are not systems that are overloaded and it can impact the availability of the system, or there are not other threats which are attacking the system. So capacity planning and management is also equally important. And infrastructure redundancy is also a control. I've not seen this control many a times, but some organizations, they have these controls very repeatedly used, so that they are not relying on just one system for a critical operation to happen, and they have the redundancy in place, so that if one system is down, they can always rely on the other to start functioning, and the operation just continues. Any questions, or does this give you an idea what we talk about from availability perspective? Okay, sounds good. Now, just an example of it, like suppose Slack, you all have heard about Slack, right? Suppose in its business process, or in its contract to its clients, it mentions that they have 99% of 99.9% uptime, right? They are available 99.9% of the time. That is giving their clients a surety. But how will their clients rely on that? They will showcase that through their controls. What all controls are in place that can make sure that they are available almost 100% of the time, right? So what they'll say that they have, we have redundant infrastructure, redundant servers in multiple data centers. So if one server is not working currently, the other server will automatically start working, and you will have your working in place, right? They have automated failover systems. When one system fails, it will automatically alert another system to start working. They have their disaster recovery procedures tested quarterly. Okay, right? It is being tested quarterly, and they are fully properly equipped and authorized to that there are no downtime. So in disaster recovery also, if you have heard about it, there are multiple types of hot site or warm site, or based on the criticality of the services that they are providing, they can have that. Like hot site is something that immediately, if your systems are down, immediately the other system or your redundant servers or systems at the other location, it will instantly start working. So you will have zero downtime, and that you can showcase to your customers through your SOC report. How will you showcase them? Through your SOC reports. Your auditors will check that you have a hot site in place, your disaster recovery systems or disaster recovery procedure says that your disaster recovery procedures are tested on a quarterly basis, and your auditors will certify on that, right? That's how you convince or tell your clients that yes, we provide 100% or 99.9% of uptime. Right? On also, like you have your performance monitoring 24/7, so you're always alert what's going on with your systems, and there are no vulnerabilities, there are no downtime happening in any of the systems. So there are a couple of controls, and that will give a comfort to your client that yes, I can be sure that the services will be almost 100% of the time. Make sense? You have or you have seen something else, you want to share something with your experience?
So with the blackouts that has happened couple of weeks back or so on the AWS and Cloudflare, would their 99.99% actually work this time around? Because it was more than a couple of hours, right?
This is just an example. I just mentioned that maybe they are saying their customers, like I just give an example of, like, probably if Slack is giving their customers or saying that we will be 100% ready, or we will provide you 100% of uptime, in that case they can showcase this promise with these controls, right? The downtime that happened that you mentioned in AWS or Cloudflare, like in past few weeks, there can be multiple agents working around here, right? There are sometimes when there are cyber attacks happening, or the system was down, there is a control mismatch in that case. So if AWS is down for some time, there is something which was wrong, and it should have been highlighted in the SOC report. If their SOC was done just right now or just past month, and still they face downtime, it means the audit was not done correctly. There would have 100%, lot of questions raised on their processes, on their systems, whether their processes are actually accurate, whether they were actually monitoring their systems or not. So it would have raised questions around it. It's not something that clients or your stakeholders will let you go with.
Okay.
Yeah. Because your systems has to be robust to face any kind of threat. It can be digital, physical, any kind of capacity related, or any kind of disaster happening, natural phenomenon. The teams are there to make sure that in case of any disaster happening, you have a plan in place to make your systems go working in very least amount of time without least data loss. But there are some companies who will say, we have that, we cannot just immediately provide uptime. We cannot provide 100% of time, and maximum downtime we can say is 2 hours. So we have system in place, or we have processes in place that our systems will be up and running within 2 hours maximum. So customers is aware of that, right? And accordingly things work. Okay. Any other question in this availability? And I can move on to the next one. Okay. The next one is processing integrity. Not very generally used in the SOC reports, but there are some companies who have that, especially big companies who have big budgets. Generally, processing integrity is not that critical, but it has some of the important controls. And then majorly, how many of you are aware of like a difference between IT general controls and application controls? Are all of you aware of that?
Yes, the applications control is purely talking about that application processing activities. IT control is it's a general controls which we followed for implementing the IT systems, right?
Yes, perfect. Yeah. Anybody else has like any doubt on that? Give you an example of it. Protection of any system, you will have your IT general controls correctly, like when you are implementing that. And application controls are how your overall application is working. It can be your interface controls, how two application is interfacing with each other. It can be your input controls, edit checks, like when you put something, but it should not be supposed that way. Like your password is supposed 8, right? Your password control, you have to put minimum 8 characters, but you put 7. The system will give you an error, right? It's an edit check or input control, input application control. So these all are like your application controls, which are how systems is working. And then there are your general controls, how your access is prevented, unauthorized access is prevented, how your change management is being done, how your backup recovery is being done, how IT operations are done. So those all come under IT general controls. Okay. So when I talk about processing integrity criteria, it will have majority of application controls only within this criteria. And the objective of this criteria is that your system processing is complete, accurate, timely, and authorized. All 4 are different and very important criteria. System processing is complete. I'll take one example of application control, and I'll show you from that. Like suppose there is an application A, data is moving from A to B through an interface, right? How you are checking the completeness, you will check what and how much data is entering through A, how much data is leaving from B. That will give you a completeness of data, that there was no data loss within that, and it was complete. So if there were 400 line items of data which was entering system A, 400 line items of data was exiting system B. Completeness. Accuracy, in that there can be 400, but there can be mismatch in the data, then it will not be accurate. So there are controls which check that accurate 400 line item of data is entering and exiting through B. It was timely. The controls, these control or this transfer of data has to happen, suppose every 30 minutes it's happening. So you have to check that whether it is supposed to happen every 30 minutes, it is happening every 30 minutes or not, and whether it is being done by authorized individual or not. So there are controls which check all of these together, one application controls, and there are some controls which check each one of them separately. So there can be multiple controls around it. Okay. So it is checking accuracy of data processing, validity of transaction, whether it is authorized correctly or not, completeness of processing, timeliness, and authorization controls, right? What controls are you can expect within that? Input validation and error control. Like I just mentioned, like there is a form that you are filling up as part of a control, and it requires certain, like whenever we fill a online form, right? There are already controls implemented over there that this section should have this much letters or this much details. If you are not doing that, it will give you an error. Input validation and error detection. That is one of the processing integrity control. Then there are system change management, how that is happening, data reconciliation and accuracy check, right? That whether the amount of data or the data actually, which is entering one system, is getting out of another system. So data reconciliation happening. Authorized transaction processing, whether the authorized individual are only, they have access to that application and they are the only people who are making that transaction happening. And then there is exception reporting and resolution, how exceptions are identified and how they are reported. I'll give an example of how one of these controls is tested to overall high level to have an idea what it means. You have an application, suppose maybe you have an ERP Oracle in scope, right? You are testing whether data reconciliation and accuracy is happening or not. How will you test that? Starting from authorization, you will ask, application controls are always, most of the time, done on a walkthrough basis, right? You will ask somebody or a developer or individual who have access to that system, do that control in front of you so that you are aware that he only has access, or the accesses are appropriate, right? He will go ahead, run that system or start processing the data. In the real time, you will see data is entering the system, how data is exiting the system. They are, most of the time, these evidences or testing are done in the test or development environment. So you are not tampering with the production environment. So auditors go in test environment, ask the developer to run this control for them, and they'll see in the real time how the reconciliation or accuracy is happening. Then there are some times that manual reconciliation is done to check whether the systems are particularly reconciliating it correctly, or whether the accurate amount of data is like moving or entering, or whatever purpose it has to do, it is doing correctly or not. So you will do manual reconciliation to check whether this is happening or not. If both of these match, then you will provide your report that yes, it is working perfectly. This is one of the example of the application control, how it works. Or if there are input of edit controls, you will ask somebody from their team to input something which is wrong, right? Which it should not take. Then it will give you an error. The auditors will note that yes, the system is designed perfectly to give an error wherever it needs to. Or if the correct data is put, it is accepting that data. That's how you gain comfort as an auditor that yes, this input or edit control is working fine. One other difference between application control and IT general controls is application controls are always done point in time, right? You cannot give comfort over a period of time. At this date, at this point in time, I can see that this is running perfectly, and that's all auditors can confirm on. IT general controls, you can, if you have to say that whether the new joiners well provided accurate access to the system, you can get complete list of new joiners. You can select your samples and ask for evidences, how and when or who approved their access, whether they were given correct accesses or not. So IT general controls assurance can be given over a period of time. Application control assurance can only be given point in time. At this point of time, it is running perfectly. Does it make sense? Any question, concerns on that? Feel free to say something, your experiences, anything. I mean, it's a discussion, so that will be helpful for you, for others. Okay. All right. Can I move on to the next one? So this should give you an idea of what processing integrity means, that whether system processing is done properly or not, and you should expect to have controls around it. Okay. All right. Now, confidentiality criteria. I want to give an example of here some of these as well. Like we all use e-commerce, right? There are a lot of processing integrity controls. If an e-commerce like Myntra, maybe if they get their SOC report, there can be many controls around that. Like refunds are processed within 24 hours. How they are making sure that their refunds are processed within 24 hours. There will be a control around it, right? And it will cover this timeliness part of it. No duplicate payments are processed. If one payment is processed, there cannot be another duplicate payment process happening at that time. It can be one control, right? Auditors will go and test that. It will check their accuracy of that system, right? Merchant account permissions are checked before processing, whether who is getting that payment processing done, if they are the correct individual or not, merchant processor. That will check the authorization of it. Every payment request is validated before processing. That will check the completeness part of it, right? So there can be multiple controls around this, and it will talk about whether the system is doing processing everything completely, accurately, timely, and authorized or not. Hope that gives you more clarity around it. Okay, next one. Next one is confidentiality criteria. I'm sure most of you are already, aware of what confidentiality means. Our customer data or overall your critical information has to be protected from unauthorized disclosure. How it is different from security? In security, our purpose is to protect our systems, our environment. That's the objective of it. And your controls will be around that, right? There can be overlapping controls between confidentiality and security. Like encryption can be one like overlapping control. It can be in both the criteria. Like encryption will help you protect your customer data or information also, and it will also protect your system from unauthorized access also. Okay, so that can be a repetitive control. But confidentiality whole purpose is that your information has to be protected from unauthorized disclosure. Okay. There are many controls around it, like access controls on need to know basis. Like you mentioned, role-based access. Role-based access is absolutely made or absolutely used to protect that sensitive information should not go in hand of somebody who is not unauthorized to know that. It should already always be on need to know basis, right? Data classification and handling, very important control. Enterprises, they do this. They identify what kind of data should be considered or classified as what and how their handling should be done. Whether whatever data you are using, your employees are using, whether that is called as confidential, sensitive, public, internal, how your internal data has to be handled, how your customer data has to be handled, how public data has to be handled, and accordingly other controls follow up your date. So your data classification and handling is a very important control in confidentiality. We just talked about encryption of sensitive data, your data at rest, your data in transit, how it is encrypted, and it will help you protect your data from confidentiality purpose. Secure disposal procedures. You have your data, and how you are disposing either your hardwares or your softwares. So there are no unauthorized disclosure of data. So you would have, I'm not sure if you have seen those areas or controls, but there is a detailed process for disposal of hardware, like which contains sensitive data. There are companies operating around it who will probably take your hardware and go ahead, destroy it completely, and then they give you a certificate around it that your hardware has been destroyed completely like that, and you can keep that and show that to your auditors that we have a proper channel, proper procedure for hardware disposal. Or software also, you delete it or you degauss the hard drive so that you know that there is no data left on your applications. You delete it from everywhere. So you should have these secure disposal procedures so that you know that you are not exposing your sensitive data in any scenario. And those certificates or those details of complete disposal that you can showcase to your auditors. And then there are confidentiality agreements and trainings. You sign your NDAs with your employees, right? We all sign NDAs when we join a company that we are not going to disclose company data to any competitors or to public. And you also have those confidentiality agreements with your clients, your customers, your stakeholders. They sign that they are not going to disclose that data. You provide those confidentiality trainings to your employees so that they are aware of how they are responsible for handling what kind of data. So all of these controls, everything, I'm sure there are 10 more controls that can be included in here as well. But the gist of it is you have to think from that perspective, whether this control is helping me safeguard the confidentiality of information that I have. If that is, that will come under the confidentiality control. Sorry, confidentiality trust service criteria. Make sense? Anybody wants to add any control that I might have missed? There are many around it. If you want to share that.
Hey, I mean, these are the controls, or we can add as much of controls we want on the confidential to the CAA?
You can add. That's what I'm saying, that these are some of the general controls which are always there in all the SOC reports, but there can be many controls that companies can implement to protect the confidentiality of information.
So does the company state to the auditor that, okay, these are the controls we have? Because end of the day, for a company, if you see it from a company standpoint, they need a SOC 2 report.
Yes.
They need to be compliant for the SOC 2. So the minimal the controls they have, it's easier to be easier to get a SOC 2.
That's
So
what the point is. They will not say. They will not say that. The company is not going to decide the controls. How it happens is company will say that I have this business process. On this business process, I want a SOC 2 report on the confidentiality criteria because my customer wants the confidentiality criteria in my SOC 2 report. Now, the auditor will understand your business process completely, and for confidentiality, they'll create the controls that these controls are running in their environment and accordingly check for it.
got it. So it's more like vetting the controls of what the customer has chosen for a third party.
No, your customers are not coming right now. It's just
Sorry, what I meant is for the, okay, here, let's say ABC is want a SOC 2 report for their customers. So the ABC states that, okay, I want a SOC 2 report for confidentiality.
Yeah.
So then the auditor or the auditor for SOC 2 states that, okay, these are all the controls you have to implement as per the confidentiality requirement for SOC 2.
Yes, two parts to it. One, your auditors will not say that you have to implement these controls. If you have hired a third party, if you have a CISO, if you have somebody, who is helping you get a SOC 2 report, they will tell you that, if you want to have a SOC 2 report on confidentiality, you should have these controls implemented in place. And you have to implement like way before your auditors come in your environment, right? So if your auditors are coming, suppose in December, for them to audit your controls, you should have these controls implemented since January. If you are covering audit period of January to December, your auditors are not going to suggest you anything. They are just coming in your environment. They'll understand your business process from you, what business process are, how data is flowing, how your network is managed, how you are handling your customer data and everything. And accordingly, they'll see, okay, these controls are there in confidentiality, and they'll test it. They can think from risk perspective that in their business process, these controls should have been there, but it's not there. And they'll identify it as a finding in your report because they are independent third party and they have to think from that perspective.
Okay, well, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, one quick question, Dikshit. Like ISO 27001, we have an Annex A controls document that covers almost 93 controls. Will be segregated based on the domain wise, but the same thing which is applicable for AICPA, the AICPA documents. I mean, the spreadsheet contains a list of controls based on the.
No. That's what I say. That's the biggest difference between ISO and SOC. ISO has a very rigid criteria. So when a company wants to get ISO certified, they'll have that data from BSI or anybody that I have to implement these controls in my environment, right? And then I can be ISO certified. But it's not a criteria for SOC. SOC is flexible. But it's just that when you are trying to get a SOC report from a company perspective, you should think from your trust service criteria. Like, I want to get a SOC report in security and confidentiality. So I need to make sure that for the scope that I'm trying to get that report, the security of the system's application is properly managed. The confidentiality of data that is flowing or being at rest is properly managed. And I should have controls on that. There is no hard and fast rule that these controls has to be there. Because multiple controls, different service, there can be different set of controls all over the place in every SOC report, right? But the overall objective of the trust service criteria has to be managed for you to get a clean SOC report. Does that make sense?
If it is possible, do you have any document of this AICPA spreadsheet?
See, AICPA, I can show you tomorrow on that AICPA. But AICPA only provides guidelines on how SOC auditing needs to be done or how you should implement. It does not specify what all controls you should have. It will say what all trust service criteria are applicable, what it means, what should be the objective when you are trying to implement these trust service criteria, but it will not highlight what all controls has to be there, because the controls are completely generated based on what business process you have. Suppose there is a very small company and they have just 2 applications, right? And for those 2 applications, they want to get this report. They'll have maybe, I don't know, 10 controls around it. But there is another organization who have like 20 plus applications. They'll have hundreds of controls in place. And they both will be SOC certified. I mean, they will have their SOC 2 clean report with them. But the controls are not the same. It's just the objective has to be same, right? And if you are trying to get yourself a SOC report, for suppose for confidentiality, you have to make sure that your data is protected from entry to exit everywhere, like that. And you should have controls in place around it, because auditors will think from that perspective.
So the SOC report actually it contains all these, but I mean like that security, confidentiality, privacy, and all this will be mentioned in the SOC report, or it is only for that? I mean, for example, this Amazon is giving to its customers this SOC report. So it will contain whole like a security and
Yes.
Everything
Yes.
will be covered.
Everything will be covered. It will cover everything. I will tell you in the upcoming section what all sections are there in a SOC report and what all it covers. But just to answer your question right now, it covers everything from your scope to the auditor's opinion, what they think about the controls, to the management opinion, what they have in place, to for every trust service criteria that is included, what all controls are there, how it has been operating, what's the result of the operating effectiveness of that control. Everything is included in that, including if there are any findings or exceptions.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have a query related to the trust service criteria. So do you mean to say that an organization doesn't require to apply all the trust service criteria for the organization, or it could pick one or two and stick on to those? Is that
Yes.
what you're saying?
Yes, yes. If you are getting a SOC 2 report, you have to have a security in place. Security trust service criteria is the mandatory one. Okay. But other than that,
Okay.
you can choose to have others. I mean, based on what service you are providing and what customers you are catering to. You can have security, confidentiality, or you can choose to have all 5 in place. But then if you are choosing to have all 5 in place, you should have controls in your organization to justify all those 5 in place. Otherwise, you're going to get findings on that.
Okay, understood.
So that's what the service, the size of the company, the customers they're creating to. So it's completely management decision to decide what all TSC they want to get a report on, and then the auditors will come and do it. But they are third party, so they'll completely do it from third party perspective. And
so still adding on to this. So we are in the confidentiality screen right now. So let's assume that the organization wants to do the confidentiality part, but can it just do only access control, or should it try to identify all relevant aspects and try to implement them, or just one of it? How will that work?
yes, if you are having a confidentiality trust service criteria in your organization, I think you should think from all the perspective where your data is vulnerable and you are doing everything to protect your data, right? Because when auditors come, they understand your business process, and if they think there is a side of data, which is not being protected, or there is a risk of unauthorized disclosure, it will be marked as a finding.
Okay.
Yeah. So now that there are tools, many tools which are used for this, I know that Secure Frame is doing a very good job. There is Vanta, Drata. So what they do is, you can get your applications integrated with them. Like suppose you have AWS, GitHub, and other some in-house applications with you, right? You can get those applications integrated with their tool. What they'll do is they'll automatically identify if you are getting yourself SOC 2 or HIPAA or other compliance regulations. They will automatically identify what all controls should be applicable for these applications. Okay. And if automated test is possible, they'll do that automated testing as well, right? And they'll give you a report that whether your controls are working fine or not, your tests are working fine or not, and whether they are failing. So in a one dashboard, if you just integrate it, you are able to see that, whether your controls are working fine or not. And in addition to that, they also show you or give you steps like what all you can do in these applications to pass that control. so that so you can just monitor it continue, and it has become very easy now. Like initially, earlier, people have to do everything manually. Management identify controls manually, understand everything, and then find out. So there was a possibility to leave one or two places here, but now with these tools, I think it has become very easy. So from the start, from the beginning, that you have these controls, you have to work on these controls, maybe do configuration changes or other manual changes, so that these controls are passing, and when the auditors come, they can directly take evidence from secure frame or other tools like that. Has anybody seen like such tools as of now?
Yes, very much. Tools like SOC, Scrat, Vedanta,
Yeah.
and like Intuitum. There are many in the market now.
Yeah,
Especially
yeah.
after
There are
this
many, and
AI has come
I
in, everyone builds one.
yeah. And that has really, made life easier of everybody.
But from an auditor, it is, but from when it has its pros and cons. I mean, so because from the customer, it increases the cost, right? If until or otherwise, it's a big company which has crazy number of controls. So it's just a startup. So their question is, why not we maintain it manually? Why we need to spend some extra bucks to buy a platform or maintain a platform? So it's a bit tricky. I mean.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it increases the control, but from automation perspective, it has decreased the hours that can be done manually.
Yeah, that is absolutely fine. But from a customer, they see it like a pain point.
Yeah. Okay. All right. The next one is privacy. The main objective is like how your personal information is collected, used, retained, and disposed appropriately. We all are aware of GDPR. That's the most popular one. But I have seen SOC reports where privacy criteria is also included. That whether if they have like multiple customers, and there are some customers who are very determined that they want to check your privacy controls, you will have these in place as well. And accordingly, because now that privacy is such a big deal, you will have these controls eventually, especially if you're a big organization, you will have these controls in place, and you should have that from regulation perspective, not from SOC. Leave SOC. Even if you don't have SOC, from regulation perspective, you should have these controls in place. Otherwise, there can be big trouble around it. So controls like your privacy policies and disclosure, your public website has to be disclosure, how you are collecting customer data, how you are processing it, how that is being used. It should always be only on how much data is needed, and that only is collected. Things like that. Your consent and opt-out mechanisms, what mechanisms are there? Like your customers, you have to take consent from your customers to use or collect their data, and they can always opt out that their data should not be used. What is your policy for data retention and deletions? You have to see it from regulatory aspect, from either, like suppose in India, we have like 7 years of data retention regulation, and accordingly, there can be multiple other regulation based on which area or what areas their customers are, or what geographical location they are catering to. Accordingly, you should have your data retention deletion policy in place, and it should be working fine, like operating effectively throughout. What your third-party data sharing controls are, how you are sharing your data to your third parties, or how you are collecting third-party data. Accordingly, controls should be implemented. Your privacy incident response procedures also has to be there. If there is an incident on your PHI, or your data is being used, how you are responding to those procedures. Like I have seen there was a control that the test. Production PHI data, personal information in production should not be used in test environment at any cost, because test environment or development environments, they are not heavily, monitored for unauthorized access, right? There are many people, many developers who have access to that. And there are companies who are using their production data, especially personal production data, PHI data in test. And if some breach happens, that company, and what happens to that company, it's not just from their customers, losing customers, financial, reputation, regulatory charges, all can happen. So if you are collecting personal data of your customers, there are very strict regulations in place and you have to comply with them. So all the controls around how collecting, using, retaining, disposing, all these controls has to be implemented for you to comply with the privacy criteria. Make sense? Any questions, concern in this one? Okay, sounds good. I think we have covered at least the basics of all the criteria that are being used. Any question in any of the criteria, understanding at least what that means and what kind of controls you can expect in that. Any questions or any thoughts, any experience you want to share? This activity we already been done, but we will do this again at the end of the session so that we make sure that you have understood everything. We can do you want to take a break of quick 15-20 minutes, and then we can come back and resume the session?
Yeah, a 15 minutes break would be nice.
Hello.
Okay, it's 11. Let's take a 15 minutes break, come back on 11:15, and then we'll start with the rest of the session.
Diksha,
Thank you.
can you hear me, Diksha?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, actually, my time it is here 12:30. Actually, when you will be sharing these records, video recordings
Recordings we can share. Today's recording we'll share today itself in the group.
today itself, right?
Yes.
So because actually around 1 o'clock I need to leave. Tomorrow I have some work, so that.
We have our session until 1 only, but if you want to leave early, you can always go through the recording.
Oh, okay then. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye. Please raise your hand once you're back. Is everyone back?
Yes.
Let's give 1 more minute for everybody to join, and then we'll start. Okay, let's begin. So are you able to see my screen? Okay, all right. So now we are going to discuss the roles and responsibilities for some of the different stakeholders who have a very important role in getting a SOC 2 report or getting the SOC 2 compliance. Okay, starting with the first team is management and leadership. It cannot be more emphasized how important it is for management and leadership to be involved in the whole SOC process. It is the decision of the management and leadership to provide confirmation on the scope. It cannot be any other team, your risk team, your internal audit team. They cannot just confirm, or they cannot just go ahead and get in talks with auditors and get it done unless your management approves your scope. And there is a particular section in SOC report that talks about management opinion. So your senior leadership has to be involved in the whole audit process of SOC, starting from confirming the scope to providing if there are exceptions, to providing the reports. We'll come to that. So one is that. Second, your internal audit and compliance teams. Okay. Your auditors will come and they do not interact with all the application owners or all the system owners. First, it is not feasible. Second, all of your system owners or your application owners will not understand compliance jargons, will not understand what risk are they trying to mitigate or everything around it. So there is an internal audit or compliance team who are responsible for getting this SOC done. Now that it is a very lucrative market. I mean, almost all the companies of every size, they have a compliance team in place. So if you understand SOC or if you understand other compliance requirements, I think you can be part of their GRC team or compliance teams, and you can help them achieve these certifications, right? So there are compliance teams who are, one, they are helping the company implement necessary controls so that when the external auditors come, the controls are effective and your report is clean. And also they directly interact with your auditors and then facilitate the whole audit process. Like probably it can be getting evidences from your system owners or from your other applications, because they know the company, they know the teams. They can get the evidences from there, provide it to the auditors, answer any questions on behalf of the company to the auditors, to the regulators, etc. Right? So your internal audit and compliance teams plays a huge role in it. Then comes your IT and security teams. Your auditors will also directly talk to IT and security teams, especially to understand the business process, to understand how your IT works, right? Like how your data flow works, what's your network diagram, what's the network architecture, what all systems you use, what's the purpose of that systems, what all databases, applications, operating systems you use, how that is performing. So your IT and security teams are also involved over here. Then are your independent service providers, service auditors. They are AICPA certified. They are the independent service auditors who you hire to get yourself a SOC 2 report. And see, so there are some people who think that, because management is hiring those auditors, the report can be biased. It never happens like that. Because their reports, because AICPA also have a process to review the audits that are being done there by those independent service auditors. And if something comes up, they have to face huge fines or sometimes prison also if the report is biased and it is not completely independent opinion on that. So management, yes, management hires these independent service auditors, they pay to them also, but the opinion that they provide in the report, it has to be accurate, it has to be completely unbiased and independent. If you are somebody as an auditor, if you are having some relationship with management or any of the people within the company, in some way which can directly impact the opinion of the report, 100% or 99% of the cases, you will not be allowed to work on that engagement, right? So whenever an audit starts, all these auditors, they have to sign an independent or NDA as well. Like, they do not have a direct relationship with the company or company employees in any way. And they are independent from any company processing, or they are not, sometimes it is also that, they should not hold stocks of those companies that they are auditing, so that their opinion is completely unbiased and the report is appropriate and correct, right? So those are some of the things that happen. So that's why they are called independent service auditors. And then there are your customers and stakeholders who you provide these reports to. They can be regulators. Sometimes your regulators also need these reports. Your customers also require these reports because of contract. So they are also, important stakeholders in this. Make sense? Any questions, concerns on this one? So we will cover each of these one by one. I just explained them, but we'll cover most of the tasks that they do. Management, what management does, they set the tone for the compliance culture, what's the objective, overall company objective is, what they are trying to achieve, what is going to be the budget, how much resources they plan to, invest in this compliance or in this audit. Again, the responsibility of management. What control objectives they are trying to achieve, right? So what security criteria, trust service criteria they want to have the report on, that is also management responsibility. Document and communicate policy. There are teams responsible for creating the policies, but again, management or senior leadership approval has to be on that. If the senior leadership is not involved in approval of policies, your controls are going to fail. Auditors will fail your controls, saying that the policies are not approved by authorized individual, because a lower level employee should not, and they should not approve or review the policy. At least procedures can be reviewed, but not the policy. So documentation and communication of his policies, responsibilities, again, management. Provide management assertion. There is a particular section 2 within SOC reports, which talks about management assertion. They will say in the management assertion that based on our knowledge, we have provided all the evidence in our behalf, which are complete and accurate based on our understanding. And we have not manipulated any way, right? For these business processes, for this scope. And they'll sign on that. So that management assertion is very, very important. And that is why they have to be involved in the whole process. And then support remediation efforts. If your controls have findings identified, exceptions identified, management provides response in that. So there is a section 5 in SOC reports that talks about what all findings or exceptions were identified, and management will first provide a response on that. What are the exceptions, what are the findings, and then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will provide a response on that. And then management will p why those exceptions, and there was a particular reason around it. And they will also give a timeline by when they are expecting or targeting to mitigate those findings that have been identified. And then they track the whole remediation effort, right? That any finding that has been identified is remediated within this timeline, which has been agreed. So all has to be the ownership of management. Yes, there are teams involved helping management on that, but management should have oversight on it, and then ultimately responsibility lies with them only. Make sense? Any questions, concerns, thoughts? Okay. Thank you, Arvind. Next, IT and security team roles. Like we just talked about, the auditors, when first they come up, they understand your business process. They work directly with the IT and security team to understand how the IT systems work, right? And they are also, before the auditors comes, you have to implement those controls. So IT and security teams will be designing and implementing those security controls to mitigate the risk that has been identified. They are also responsible for monitoring any system access or changes, like all the IT roles, because your SOC reports are based on how your IT services are working, how your controls are working fine. So IT security teams have a huge responsibility of implementing, designing those controls, monitoring them. If there are security incidents, respond to those, manage your patches and updates, collect evidence of control operation, and support auditor testing activities. Right? If I talk, these are the general IT services that any IT security team provides. I'm sure you are aware of that. But just to highlight, there is a section called Section 3. Don't worry, I'll cover, there is a part of our training where we cover what all sections means. So you will come to that. But right now I want to tell you that there is a Section 3 of the SOC report. That section is completely dedicated to what all IT systems exist in your environment, how those IT systems are working, what all controls are there, like complete details of your service description and how your IT systems work, your system description completely. What all applications are there, how many databases are there, what operating system are there, what application is used for what service, how they are interrelated, and everything, how they are logged, what tools are used for logging. So your whole, you can understand your complete IT infrastructure is mentioned in that section 3 of the report. So that's the first part of it. Once they understand and write down that section 3, then they identified, yes, how this is happening, all of that. And from there, these are the controls that we have to test. And then they go to section 4 and test all the controls. So IT teams plays a huge role in that, in first implementing everything and then making the auditors understand their whole infrastructure around it. Okay, independent service auditors, we have talked a lot about it. They evaluate your control design and operating effectiveness, how your controls are designed and operating, test those controls through various procedures, document findings and exceptions, form professional opinion on controls. So issue SOC report with opinion and provide recommendation for improvement, right? They will evaluate your designs, test the controls, if there are findings, exceptions, document that, and provide your opinion. There is one very important point and term that you should know. Right now, I want to tell you, the SOC report, independent service opinion, are two types of reports, okay? Qualified and non-qualified report. Any report which is clean, there are no findings identified, there has not been any exceptions, all controls are designed and operating effectively, that will come as non-qualified report. Okay, they will say in the report, in the independent service auditor opinion, they'll say that the report is termed as non-qualified, which means your report is clean, good to go. Okay, there are nothing identified over here. But there are other areas, like one is qualified. Qualified means in very less situations, the auditors mark it qualified. It means that majority of the controls are not working appropriately. They are not operating effectively. In that, the report becomes qualified. There is one non-qualified with minor improvements, right? Like very few findings are identified and they are not very material. Material, you mean that, that they are not impacting a lot of objectives or your overall financial reporting. In that case, they are non-material, right? So if you have like few findings and they are non-material, they will say that the report is non-qualified with minor improvements. They'll identify improvement areas and tell you, and then you can go ahead and implement those improvement areas in your environment. So you should understand like difference between non-qualified and qualified. Non-qualified, clean report; qualified, a report with a lot of exceptions and findings. Okay, so they issue the SOC report with opinion, and it is mentioned in the report what their opinion is, and then they provide recommendation for improvement as well. Like your control is passing, but there is a chance for improving those controls so that it becomes robust. They will provide those recommendations as well in the report itself. Make sense?
I have a query.
Sure, go ahead.
So you said that the qualified and non-qualified. So the qualified reports are those which have findings and exceptions.
Yes.
And non-qualified means it is clean.
Yes.
So which is usually the reverse terms that we normally use.
Yeah, but in SOC it is like that.
Okay.
So you don't want a qualified report for your company. You want a non-qualified report.
Any reason why they kept it interchanged?
It is defined by AICPA like that. Not sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Anybody else? Any question? Okay. Moving on to the risk assessment for SOC compliance, right? Now, you are a company right now. We were talking about how the audits are being done. We will also cover that again, the whole process. But now I'm talking about from if you are a company, you want to get yourself SOC 2 compliant by the end of this year. Okay. And your audit period is 6 months. You started this process right now in January. And your customer has said that they want a SOC report in next January for previous 6 months, right? So they want it from July to December. So your auditors will come in December and check for those that whether the controls were working fine from July to December or not. And then they'll give you a report in January, right? So the process should start previous January itself, like a long time before your audit period starts, so that you have time to implement the controls. You have time to do the risk assessment properly and everything. So right now, before you implement all the necessary controls, you have to do the risk assessment as well. How you will do the risk assessment, that will do. In the start of the session, somebody was asking, how we do risk and control. So here we can discuss that. First is, and it is very important if you understand risk assessment, not just for SOC, for any audit that is being done, for any compliance, HIPAA, SOC, NIST, CSF, any ISO, anything. If you are able to do, if a company is able to do a risk assessment properly, I think they are very mature in their organization. Okay. How do you do a risk assessment? What all criteria are required? What's the steps? Everything we'll discuss. Starting with understanding risk helps you design appropriate controls. How you will start a risk assessment is first, we discussed that, right? That first you will identify what all your critical assets are, what all your critical applications are. You will identify your potential threats and vulnerabilities. Okay, there is a huge process that comes over there. That like suppose I have an application and you have a vulnerability tool that identifies that these are vulnerabilities identified in this particular application. So those are your vulnerabilities, and you have some potential threats. Like there is an application which is internet facing, so there can be potential threats from outside world that you have to define. Once you define that, you will assess the likelihood and potential impact of that. How much impact and what is the likelihood of that control is. Your risk is always your likelihood and impact of your threats and vulnerabilities. You multiply that, that will give you how much risk that asset has. Okay. So there is a vulnerability, but it's very unlikely to happen or very low impact. So the risk is very low, okay, for that application. But there is a vulnerability which is, very high likelihood can happen anytime now, or very huge impact either from financial perspective or even regulatory perspective, right? Reputational perspective, that comes very high in your list, and you have to implement solid controls so that you mitigate that risk. Okay. Once you identify and assess your likelihood and impact, you determine your acceptable risk levels. Okay. Risk management also has multiple parts to it. One, risk management, I want to. Okay, risk management has multiple parts to it. There are multiple types of risk management. One is risk acceptance. Okay, company or management, they know that there is a risk. Okay, that yes, I have a risk in my environment, but I don't think the impact is that big. Or if I go ahead and mitigate it, the cost of me mitigating that risk is much higher than me accepting that risk, right? In that case, the company or management will say, I'll accept that risk because I don't want to do anything about it. There is one way. This is risk acceptance. Then comes risk mitigation. Mitigating or implementing controls, the cost of that and the effort of that is lower than what that risk can impact to me. Like, protection of your personal data. If you don't implement your controls around that, the repercussions can be huge from financial perspective, from reputation, regulation, everywhere. So you will do everything to mitigate that risk, and you will implement sufficient controls so that your personal data is protected, right? That's one example of risk mitigation. Then comes risk transfer. How you transfer the risk, that you take insurance, like that something happens, you pay the insurance companies, like we take medical insurance, like that's a risk transfer that we are taking. Something happens, your insurance companies will pay you around it. How companies do, like for disaster recovery or environmental threats, maybe flood, earthquake, like that, they take an insurance of the property and everything. So in that case, they are transferring that risk. And then the last is risk avoidance, which is not at all suggested, that the management knows the risk, but they choose to avoid it. The repercussions can be huge. It means that they have not properly evaluated the risk, and they just choose not to do anything about it. There can be any reason. It got, just got lost somewhere. It was not properly documented. So risk got avoided. So these are the 4 types of, risk management techniques that any company uses. Any question on that? In these 4 types, and that's very important for you to know. So quick question on that. If there is a risk that, unauthorized people or only managers should have access to a particular system, and I have implemented a control that checks before anybody access that system. If it's not somebody who has manager access, they are not allowed to do that. What type of risk management it is? Anyone?
Mitigation.
Yes, right. Mitigation. Anytime we are implementing a control, it is always risk mitigation. Okay. So mostly risk mitigation is done, but others are like, other areas also. Sometimes management chooses to do that. Okay. So now you assess your likelihood and potential impact, then you determine your acceptable risk levels. Okay. What type of risk it is? It's high, medium, low, based on the likelihood and impact it can have. And then you prioritize your high risk areas for your controls. Now you want to mitigate or transfer your risk first for your high risk areas. So you want to implement controls for your high risk areas first, and then followed by your medium and low. Okay. And then you establish your risk tolerance also by stakeholders. That comes under your risk acceptance. Anything above your risk acceptance level has to be mitigated. So again, management is responsible for establishing that risk tolerance. And if anything is above the acceptable level, the necessary controls have to be implemented to mitigate that risk, especially for the high risk areas. So this is how risk assessment is being done. Any question on the risk assessment part? No? This is a part of it, like identify your risk. If you first identify your threats and vulnerabilities to your system and data, you assess the impact, like consequences if this happens, and then you assess the impact, you have your risk identified, and then you design controls to mitigate the identified risk. Now, you have understood your risk, your high risk areas, and you want to implement your controls to mitigate that risk. What's the process of that? First, you will have to design the controls and what all things you need to keep in mind when you are designing that control. Designing controls should be, okay, first, what all principles should you keep in mind when you are designing a control, ITT, management, any other team? Controls should be preventative whenever possible. Can anybody tell me how many types of controls are there?
It's generally we have a physical and logical control, and after that we have preventive, detective, and compensated controls and alternative controls.
Yes, correct. Anybody else who is not aware of what preventative control and detective control, corrective controls are? I can quickly explain that.
Yeah, can you explain that, please?
Okay, sure. So preventative controls are the ones, if you implement those, it will prevent that risk prevent any risk that you are trying to achieve to happen. Okay. Like your password control, very similar example. It's a type of preventative control. Okay. You are putting your password, the password that only you know, it is preventing any unauthorized access to happen. If there are no passwords in place, anybody can access the systems and data, right? So that's why you are implementing this password control so that it is preventing any unauthorized access to happen. That is example of preventative control. Then comes your detective controls. Detective controls, like by chance something happened, then you should have a control in place to detect that in time. So examples can be your user access review. Who all had access in the last 3 months, suppose quarterly, that, and whether those accesses were appropriate or not in past tense. So that becomes your detective. Then you will find that this person should not had access. Then you will go ahead and correct it. Corrective, and after detective comes your corrective controls. That there was this person who should not have access to this system, but he had access, right? So I'll go ahead and remove his access because he doesn't need to have. That comes your corrective controls. So there are 3 types. Preventive controls, like there are a lot of preventive controls. Access, like I just give an example of one. There can be many around change management, vulnerability. So mostly controls are preventative only. You are trying to prevent any unauthorized or any risk that you have identified to happen. You are implementing your firewall, you are implementing your IDS is detective, sorry. You are implementing your firewall, you are implementing your IPS. Everything comes that, you are trying to mitigate that risk. You are trying that risk not to happen ever. And that is why you are implementing, you are protecting your systems to happen. Okay, so mostly it is preventative, but then you should have detective controls, like by chance something happens, you are able to. Like there are systems which generate logs, right? Then you have controls in place to review that logs. Okay, or alerting happened. Alerts, reviewing logs, all of those are detective controls, that you are reviewing logs to see that there has not something which should not have happened has happened already. Okay. Does this make sense? Are you able to grasp that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So controls should be preventative whenever possible. Maximum time the controls are preventative, but you should also have detective controls in place. They catch issues quickly. Okay, so your IDS or your alerts, controls around alerting or review of logs or access reviews, all of those are detective controls. Control objective must be clear and measurable. There are 3 parts to a control. One, what you are trying to achieve out of that. That is your control objective. Okay. Like for a system, from access perspective, a control objective can be that only managers and above should have privileged. I'm just giving an example that there should not be an actual control. That only authorized or management and above should have access to this, should have privileged access to this system. Okay, that's the objective that you're trying to achieve. What your risk comes here is, your risk is that unauthorized people also have access to this system. That's your risk. Control is like a process. Okay, here your control will be, there can be multiple controls to satisfy one objective. Your control can be one. Whenever a user requests for a approval, whenever user requests access to that system, it has to be approved by its superior within this time to make sure that the access is appropriate. That is one part of it. That process will check that yes, whether that user wants, correctly wants that access or not. Second process will be, second control around that will be that user requesting access, all of those access are reviewed by somebody, or all of those accesses are logged by somebody, so that it makes sure that the system access is fine, but what all activities that they can do over here, it is identified or not. So there can be multiple controls that can satisfy your one objective, but your objective has to be very, very clear and measurable. You are able to measure it. Okay, and from the control process you are able to mitigate the risk and achieve your control objective. Any doubt in what control objective is, what risk is, and what controls are? No. Okay, great. All right. Fourth point should be kept in mind is that your controls should be cost effective. What do you mean by cost effective? You are trying to mitigate a risk, right? And if your control implementation is costing you more than how much that risk acceptance would have, why would you do that? You will not do that, right? Your controls implementation should always, the cost of that should always be lower than what can be the impact of that risk. Okay, if that is lower than, then only it's a good control. Otherwise it's a waste of money. That's it. You don't want to put unnecessary controls in a place which does not have a purpose or is not mitigating a risk, because why would you do that? Any control from IT, from people, it is taking resources and it is getting a cost, so you should keep that in mind. Design for automation wherever possible. Now is the time to understand this very detail. As much you automated, your cost of your resources, your employees becomes lower, and also it reduces the chances of manual human error. So as much automation is done, as good, and it can also be reviewed properly. Manual processes are hard to review compared to the ones which are automated. So as much automation is possible, good for you. Regular monitoring and evaluation needed. Whenever a control is designed, another control or process is also designed to make sure that it is monitored. Okay, like whenever you are implementing access controls, there is always a control implemented for access review. Okay, that it is regularly monitored. Whenever a password control is implemented, there is also a control of review of logs. Like if somebody puts wrong password, it got error, it should be logged somewhere, so that somebody else can come or other tool can review what was the reason of that unauthorized access, whether it was accidental, or if it is more than 3 times, suppose somebody is putting wrong password, it will alert the IT that it can be a case of somebody trying to gain access to the system. Like that. Okay, so it should be, anytime when a control is designed, overall holistic purpose, it should be seen starting from what control objective I'm trying to achieve here, what risk I'm trying to mitigate here, whether this control is cost effective and overall decrease my, within my risk appetite or not. Fourth, do I have a process or control in place that will monitor that this is working fine or not? So all of this, if you are keeping all these things in fine, not just from SOC perspective, from any audit perspective, I think that control or evidences around that will be good to make sense. Any questions, concerns around it? No? Okay. We just discussed there are 2 types of controls, preventative and detective. Preventative are like unauthorized actions before they happen. Like you should have MFA that prevents unauthorized login, and you have detective controls which identify and respond after issues occur, like logs, detect unauthorized access or user access reviews like that. Okay. So you have designed your controls, you have implemented it, and now your auditors are coming in your organization to audit that. What's the whole, if they are there for 1 month or 2 months, what can be the whole audit life cycle that you can expect in that? So the complete journey from preparation to final report happens in 5 phases, starting with planning and scoping, second, design assessment, third, control testing, fourth, evidence collection, and then fifth, reporting and remediation. First of all is planning and scoping. It happens generally 2 to 4 weeks before audit start date, sometimes months before the audit start date. Okay. Mostly management is involved in that, the only team. You will define systems and processes there and scope. So it starts with identifying the processes that you want to get yourself audited for SOC, and then you will identify what all systems come within those processes. Then you will define what all trust service criteria will be audited. We have discussed this a lot. Like other than security is the one mandatory one. Other than that, what all TSCs you want to include in that. You will select whether type 1 or type 2 has to happen. If that's type 1, it will be just point in time. Only at that point how controls are operating, they'll test that, give you a report and go. But if it's type 2, you will define an audit period. Like for this particular time, I want to get the report. And for whole of the time, they have like, auditors have like multiple processes are done, how sampling they do. There are, if you want, I can explain that how sampling is done. They select samples on that, and then they test it, and then they provide report on that. Fourth is they identify key stakeholders and control owners. So when they identify your systems, they identify your trust service criteria. By understanding your business process, like we mentioned earlier, they will identify controls, okay, based on the trust service criteria that are getting audited. And for those controls, there's a process work that, they'll identify control owners or key stakeholders. Or if they're not directly working with a control owner, they work with the compliance team. Compliance team will work as a facilitator between the system owners and the auditors, and will provide necessary evidence around it. Audit timeline and milestones are defined, like, like 1 month the audit will go, the planning is for 2 weeks, the field work will be for 4 weeks, and then there is reporting and remediation for next 2 weeks. What are the milestones we are targeting? Like in first week, we are targeting to achieve or get 25% of the evidences from all the teams, then 50%, 75. It's just an example. Like accordingly with management, they can establish the audit timeline and milestones. Like by when management wants reports, so they'll commit auditors that if you submit all the evidences within this month, we will need 2-3 weeks to process the report, and then we'll provide you the evidence. So that conversation has to happen and defined. And then they communicate the expectations to the organization, what all they need from the organization and how much time they'll take to do everything. Makes sense? And if you have any questions in this planning and scoping, what all things are discussed. There is also one more point here, other than systems and processes, locations. Okay, sometimes big enterprises, they have like, offices or data centers in multiple locations. So that location, defining that location and agreeing to that is also very important. What are locations are being covered? Yeah, somebody was saying something.
Diksha, I have two questions here. The first one is like the type 1 and type 2 report, audit report. Is there any slightly difference or is there a major difference for that?
Major difference, type 1 and type 2, like whole complete different. When they do type 1, they test whether the control is designed properly. And at today, like suppose I'm testing it today, I take one sample from today and see that whether that sample is working fine or not for this control. And I'll give them my report as pass. Okay. That's type 1, point in time. Type 2 happens, there is an audit period. Like I'll just give an example, like new hire testing. Okay. how there are multiple controls defined, how they can be provided access to a new hire to multiple system. For type 1, I'll just, as of date today, I'll just see that there, one sample I'll see and see that, whether that sample has proper approvals or not. And I'll see today it is working fine. Okay. For complete audit period, first, I'll take a population of all the new hires who joined the company during this audit period. Like I'm doing this testing in December and my audit period is last January to December. I'll take all the new hires. Okay. I'll test them based on the completeness. And first, if I'm an auditor, I'll gain comfort that I have a accurate list of all the people who joined during last year. Okay. That's my population. Now there are multiple sampling methods that I can do. One is random sampling. So like suppose I have a list of 300 people, I'll randomly select suppose 30 people from there. Okay. And then as a management, I'll tell you that for these 30 people, give me evidence that proper approvals were taken before they were granted access to the systems. Okay. And for those 30 people, if all the approvals were working fine, I was satisfied with the evidences that you provided, I'll say that with reasonable assurance. Why reasonable assurance? Because I'm not testing 100% of the population. I'm only testing few samples, random samples. But with reasonable assurance, I can say that the control is operating effectively or was operating effectively throughout the audit period. So that is type 2. Okay. There are other sampling methodology like judgmental also, statistical also. Depends on what kind of samples or population there is. Like judgmental, like, there are some critical systems that needs to be audited. In that case, as an auditor, I will put my judgment that, the samples from this system needs to be tested no matter what. So I'll not leave that to random sampling and I'll 100% take samples from there. Okay. So that comes as a judgmental samples. There are some tools also who do the random sampling. Like if you put all your population, it will generate the number listing. And for those numbers, you can just, ask for evidences. So that there is no biasness towards any evidence. Okay. This random thing you do and you will get your evidences and you can say with reasonable assurance, I can say that the control was working fine. Your customers will not be very dependent on type 1. Maybe your small customers can ask for type 1 report, but generally everybody asks for type 2 report only. Companies get sometimes type 1 report to make themselves comfortable that whatever they have designed is good. Generally, it is being done by startups when they are designing controls. They don't have much time in hand. They want to give an immediate report to their customer. Maybe they have a big customer and they don't have a report in place. They didn't have much time beforehand. So yeah. Anybody else?
Ma'am, this is Arvind here. Quick question. So when you're doing the planning and scoping, correct? And that is specifically on the services which we are basically providing to our customers.
Yes.
Right. So for example, for example, when the auditor has to come in, so I have to make sure that this is the service which I'm providing. For these services, I have 10 servers. I maybe having 50 servers, but for this service, I have my core component come from these 10 services, from these 10 servers, and this is my core control, and these are my respective controls. So when the auditor comes in, is he going to look at all 50, or is he only going to look at the services, all servers which are used for providing this service?
Yes, only the servers which are used to providing these services.
Understood. So my control sets maybe common across all 50 servers, but he will look into the control specifically for my services provided on these 10 servers to confirm whether this is right or wrong. Okay, understood. Thank you.
Anybody else? No. Okay. So now we have done the planning and scoping. The planning is done. You have identified your systems, processes, what type of report you want, what TS you want, and then you go ahead and do the design assessment. Whenever a control is tested, any audit, SOC, GDPR, HIPAA, PCI DSS, internal audit, external audit, anything, there are two parts of a testing, of a control testing. One is the design assessment, and then there is operating effectiveness. It always starts with assessing the design of the control. that whether the control is designed appropriately to mitigate the risk and achieve the control objective that it is supposed to. Initial timeline is 1 to 2 weeks of the audit period. How they do the design assessment? They will review the control documentation. They'll start with the policy, understanding what policy says for this type of control, like what access control policy says for your controls, whether your control is designed as per the policy or not. They will interview key personnel who all are responsible for managing the controls or who are the control owners to see whether first, whether they know what controls they're operating. Second, they should give complete insight of what systems this control is working on, what they're trying to achieve, and whether it is working fine or not. They interview that. They review all the control documentation, starting from policy, procedures, what policy says, what procedure says, and then they identify gaps or missing controls. Like, when they are doing a design assessment, in that case only, it also starts with understanding the business process, right? They will understand the complete business process. And suppose you have mentioned that you want security, like security is the mandatory one, sorry. Security has to be there. When they understand the complete business process, complete policies they will see, procedures they will see, and then they can find that that you don't have sufficient controls implemented in your organization. Those are missing controls. Or if you have, you have some controls in place, but they are not appropriately designed to mitigate the risk or achieve the objective. So that comes under design assessment, and they'll provide a preliminary feedback that for these controls, we are seeing a gap here, and it can come as a finding in your report. Okay, so that comes under design assessment. Also, I have seen personally that in design also sometimes it happens, not just policy procedures, they also take a sample of one, okay, and they document it. I have worked in Big Fours, and Big Four are very, very rigid on the documentation perspective. So whenever we used to do the design assessment of a control, other than understanding policy, procedures, complete business process, for that particular control, we would also select a sample of one and see that for that sample, is the control working fine or not, and document that control in very, very detail, that sample of one. That was called as walkthrough of a control. Okay, you walk it through completely for one sample. If a control is failing at the design level itself, like for that sample of one only, it is not working fine or designed properly, then the complete control is failed then and there. In that case, auditors will not go ahead and ask for rest of the samples for testing operating effectiveness. Okay, but if a control is passing at the design level, then they'll go ahead and test the operating effectiveness. Does that make sense? Any questions here?
Hi, more from a business side of it. Let's say a customer has asked for a consultant to do a SOC 2,
Okay.
and the consultant goes and does it, and as you rightly said, the first sampling itself has an issue. But then he started saying that no, I don't pay. So you try to adjust it. So have you faced such kind of scenarios, and how you handle it?
Can you repeat the last part? Your voice broke. I couldn't hear you properly.
Yeah. So thing is, let's say the customer starts saying that no. Well, my end customer wants a report. So don't try to put like NC. Try to be mellow it.
Okay. This
So
happens.
how you handle those kind of scenarios? And from a financial side, they start saying, oh, you didn't. It's not helping me by you flagging NC. So I'm not going to pay you. So have you faced those kind of scenarios, and have you handled those situations?
Okay, first of all, a customer or the service organization who has hired an auditor for independent review, they cannot say that we cannot pay you if you put an NC or a finding over here, because it is, if they do that, there will be legal issues around it. Okay, because it is initially when they are hiring it, their contract says they have to provide an independent report on that no matter what. It can be finding exceptions, they will pay them no matter what. Okay, so they just cannot say, first of all, that you cannot put a finding over here, because the point only is to bring an independent auditor and get their independent review on the controls. One thing. Secondly, it happens majority of the times that the management push on putting an exception in the report. Okay, so in that case, what happens if a finding is identified and management says that you cannot put a finding in my report, it is going to hamper me a lot, Then auditors, it never happens that, first of all, they identified what and they are going to put that in report. Management always, consultation is always done. Management gets a chance to explain. There can be cases that the finding where it was not applicable, the service was not applicable, or secondly, it is not impacting any customer like that, or it is not increasing the risk like that. Then in that case also finding is not applicable. Third case is, even if the finding is applicable, there are compensatory controls in place which are working fine. Then the auditor will go ahead and test the compensatory controls. So in the report, they'll write clearly that maybe this report, like, this control is not working fine, but there are compensatory controls in place which are mitigating the risk over here. So then you don't have a finding in your report. But even if there is no compensatory controls, it is a material finding, it is impacting the it is impacting the processes, or the financial overall reporting, or in any way, if it is a material finding, the management gets a chance to explain what, but if they fail to explain that, that goes in the report no matter what. I mean, management, because they have signed a contract and they cannot say no to, because ultimate decision of putting something as a finding or exception in the report or not, that lies with the auditors. And management can explain why. They can explain if it is satisfactory, then that goes away. If it does not, then it goes in the report. And you cannot say that we cannot pay you.
Agreed. Noted.
Yeah. Anybody else? Okay, so now the preliminary assessment is done. You have found out that whether your controls are designed properly or not, whether they're passing at the design level or not. If they're passing at the design level, you will go ahead and do the operating effectiveness, and that is called control testing completely. Okay, this happened during 1 to 2 months generally, because it takes a lot of time to get all the evidences, verify all the evidences, because there are a lot of samples involved. Generally, the audit period is 6 months to 1 year. So you get all the data, you do your sampling, you get evidences for all the samples that you have selected. So it takes a lot of time. So auditors perform detailed test of controls. They test sample of transaction and logs. In the logs also, they select random sampling and ask for further evidence. They verify that whether the control is operating as designed. When a control is designed, it is documented what all process needs to happen step by step. And for each of the samples they select, they check whether all of the samples were operating as they were designed or not. And then they document the test results, or if there are any exceptions that has been identified. If there are some control failures or weaknesses. See, not all findings has to be exceptions. There are some findings which are pass with some weakness in the control with minor improvement areas. They can be marked as pass. Not exception is something that it's just completely failing. The control is completely failing. It is not at all operating as per it is designed, or it is not designed appropriately. But if there are minor weaknesses, they are not highlighted or flagged as exceptions. You will not get a qualified report on that. Is anybody here who is, has been an auditor or is trying to become an auditor, or everybody is from, from internal audit perspective, looking here?
I'm personally looking to become a lead auditor to the target.
For SOC?
Yes, very much.
Okay, great. I mean, in both the scenarios, if you want to be an auditor or if you want to be an implementer managing SOC, I think in both the cases you should know. As an implementer, you should know what auditors look for. As an auditor, you should know what requirements are there to test a control. Okay, and then the fourth phase comes, which is evidence collection. I mean, these two are together really, control testing and evidence collection. They, it is called majorly field work part, where all the logs, policy, procedures are gathered. You collect all the screenshots, system outputs. You document all the control implementation details. Evidence files are managed. And, auditors are supported with requested documentation, and comprehensive audit trail is also built. So that is why the controls like, logging, monitoring, documentation of that, all of those are very, very important, so that when the auditor comes, you have all the evidences in place for the past 1 year or past 6 months to present to them. Okay, so a comprehensive audit trail is very critical. If you have those, I mean, you are not going to have any problem and your audit is going to be a cakewalk. But if you don't have those evidences in place, I think it is not going to be smooth. I mean, you will be given a chance to answer all your questions and provide any evidence. But generally, what I have seen, anything confirmed verbally is not at all accepted. I mean, you should have system configuration, system screenshots, documented review trails, emails, all of those in place to prove that your control is working fine. If management comes up or a system owner comes up and just says that, I have this process in place and it is working fine, but I cannot show you anything, in that case, it is not considered generally a reliable evidence to be marked. And it's completely in the hands of auditors to mark it as fail or pass. If they see that there are surrounding evidences from other controls or compensatory controls that says that this can be fine and your opinion matters. Obviously, the system SMEs interviews are taken into account, but they are the least considered or least valuable evidence, I would say, compared to direct system configuration or direct system evidences. Make sense? Any questions, thoughts, experiences you want to share? There was somebody who I understand that, they have been in IT, not in the audit side for a very long time. Are you able to grasp details? I'm sorry, I don't remember your name.
I think it was Usha.
Yeah, I think it was her, but she's not in the call anymore.
Oh. Okay, no problem. Okay, we are moving on to the next phase of the audit, and which is called as reporting and remediation. So once the fieldwork is complete, then the reporting and remediation comes up. All the evidences has been provided, all the evidences has been reviewed by auditors, and at this point, they take some time to finalize their opinion, to complete their documentation. And if there are findings that has been identified, they communicate that finding to management, and discussion like, management comes up with and they also suggest like, what remediation activities can be done to mitigate this risk or, make this control passing again. Management agrees on the timeline by when they can remediate those plans. So those remediation plan is finalized and corrective actions implementation happen. And then final SOC report is generated. There are also sometimes what happens is, I have seen personally that the fieldwork is ended. There are some exceptions identified in the controls. They explain that to management that in your environment for these controls, these are findings have been identified. Management says that we can correct these findings within a week. Okay, so I don't want this control failing in my report. Okay, because I have to provide that to customer. Management goes ahead and make configuration changes or whatever to make it passing again. But so there is a section 5 especially for that, management actions. So all the exceptions, what management action has been identified, remediation plan, everything is managed. And if they, they are able to mitigate that within that timeline, the report will say that initially these findings were observed, but then after taking up these remediation plan, the control is passing again. It will be pass, but with this definition. It cannot be directly said that the control is operating effectively. First, it will say what finding was identified, then it will say what remediation actions were taken, and then finally, now what's the status of the control. But if it is something which takes very long time to remediate, then you can only get that approved or updated in your next SOC report. Then, auditors give you the reports and then you can distribute that to customers. Any questions on this one?
So, ma'am, this is Arvind here. So, when you do find exceptions, that comes up in your end report, correct? That, for example, users were not trained or something, and then the management says, okay, we'll do some training and we'll figure out that. So eventually, the first time it's a failure, but eventually they'll fix it in 2 weeks of that. So, and that is going to be remediated. So that gets notified in the overall end report, correct?
Yes, that gets notified. The initial observation, what was the initial observation, and then finally what has happened. Everything is written over there. So
Understood.
You will not get a qualified report on that, but that is mentioned in your report. You cannot say that it was always working fine. It will not say that.
So in that case, would that be considered a qualified report or an unqualified report?
Non-qualified report.
Okay, understood.
So 2 queries here.
Yeah.
So what is the usual duration of the actual SOC audit? And the second query is, if there is any observations, like, and the management says that they're going to do the remediation, would the auditor do a retesting of the specific controls, or just accepts its
No.
as the
This is something, because see, management is paying or management has hired the auditors to do the reporting. This is something that can be discussed with management. Management says that, I'll take a week to remediate this. Your question was, sorry, can you repeat your question? I missed that.
Yeah, so there were actually 2 questions. What is the duration of an actual SOC audit? That was one thing. The second question was, like, if there was a observation and the management was supposed to take remediation, like let's say in a week's time or 2 weeks time, would the auditor again check for the specific controls to verify that it has been corrected, or would they only check it during the next cycle?
No. If it is if they have an understanding with the management that, management says that I can correct it right now, they will again test that control. Nothing goes in the report without testing the control on verbal confirmation. Okay. They will get the evidences again and they'll test the control. Okay. And then they'll say that, and especially only in section 5, not in section 4. Section 4 is for your initial observation of the controls, initial findings. In section 5, in management response, it can come up as that, these findings were identified, but eventually they were remediated. And that remediation is also tested by auditors. That's one thing. Okay. If that remediation is going to take a very long time, the management is unable to do it right now, then in the next SOC report only, that control will be again tested. If you have everything good, it will be called as pass. Okay. How long it takes? Generally, it takes 2 months approximately. I would say like 3 months, first month, but first month, everybody is not directly very much involved. Like the planning and scoping happens, but it generally, it's not full-fledged, busy time during planning. There will be multiple discussions with management and teams to finalize the scope and kick off, informing all the stakeholders in your company that, we have SOC audit starting up next month, be ready, or all those things like that. Next month, fieldwork is the busiest time, that 1.5 month period, where they'll come give you all the request list, that these are our request list for the controls that we have identified, give me the evidences. And that's a complete busy time. You as a team, you as a company will provide all the evidences. If they have any questions on that, you will respond to that and everything happens. And then the last reporting generally it does not take more than a month. Most of the time. Sometimes it's also 15 days also if they have, the auditors are working, a lot. So they just review all the evidences, finalize their opinion, discuss the findings with management, and then give you the report.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then in this case, this is Arvind once again. Let's say we have a finding, management says I'll fix it in nearly 2 months, right? So then in that case, during that time would the report be
No.
made a file report? No, not yet. Okay.
No. They'll give you the report in that case. They will mark that. They will write that in the management. I mean, in the last section, 5th section, they will say that management has confirmed that they'll remediate in 2 months. They'll write that in the report, but your control can't be passing.
Yeah, but because control has not passed, so eventually it'll be a qualified report. With
For a report to be qualified, there are multiple things that happen. Okay. The findings, there has to be multiple findings identified. The overall trust service criteria, like you have 1 or 2 trust service criteria completely failing. Like you have security and confidentiality. There are multiple controls which are failing in all those. Okay, it is having a material impact on your overall business process. Then it is called disqualified. If there are small findings identified, it will be non-qualified with improvements areas.
Okay.
So it takes a lot for a report to be qualified.
So it's okay. So it's quite possible that some controls will fail, and those controls come with an exception. Otherwise, 95% they're passing, except for those 1 or 2 controls which comes as an exception. Then you have to take a call whether you need to go with this third party or not.
Yes.
Understood. Okay.
Yeah, Diksha, I was having the same question. Like, see, when you mentioned that auditor finalist findings and recommendations, and the final SOC report is generated and sent it to the senior management. That's the process. In case if they're finding some flaws, the remediations will be taken care by management team, the respective team, for the implementation and do the corrective actions. If the actions will be taken within 2 months, again it will be very difficult to onboarding the auditor, right? Is there any process I can get the exception from the auditor? We will be sorted out this remediation within 2 months.
No, it doesn't happen, and that is why a preliminary assessment is done. Okay, when a design assessment is done, at that time only auditors will tell you that, see, I am expecting a gap or a finding here. Okay, so management is aware that we have a gap in these controls. If they can correct it within the audit timelines, audit period, okay, they can get that. Like that initial finding will be reported in the report, but it will also say that within the audit period, the management has remediated the time. Once you get your final finding and final report, there is no way to, edit that report. There is no way it can happen. Maybe in your bridge letter for the next 3 months, like you mentioned that I did that after 2 months. That's a management assertion. Okay. In that, maybe you can mention, I have not seen like that, but like theoretically it can happen that in your management assertion, you can say that in my earlier reports, these findings were identified. Now I can attest that, these findings have been corrected. It's upon your customers whether they buy that or not. Okay. But you cannot onboard another auditors again. Maybe I have not seen cases like that you can onboard auditors again and check only for your corrective actions. You can do that with your internal audit, and maybe you can support that bridge letter with your internal audit reports. Like if you have internal audit team doing internal audits, you can say that these exceptions have been remediated and this is the report I can show you to your customers.
Okay, so in case this bridge letter, right? So for auditor doing auditing the auditing report is generated from Jan 1st, 2025, and ends on December 31st, 2025. I'm just giving an example. So this is we have an audit report for that. In Jan 2026, if the organization is planned to do a new implementation, is there mandatory to send a bridge letter to the stakeholders?
You have done an implementation in January, right?
Yeah.
You will not have a report for January in that case. You can see a bridge letter is a bridge between maximum it can cover up to 12 months. Okay. Like suppose you have a report for 6 months or 9 months, then you can say for the next 3 months, I can share this bridge letter with you. That will give you comfort. If you are implementing something in January, first of all, that has to be operating effectively for a particular time for you to say that it is working fine. If it has been implemented in January, the maximum you can do is provide a point-in-time testing report. Like right now, it's working fine. If any customer is asking for a type 2 report for something which is implemented in January and they're asking for type 2 report, it is not possible. Because it has to be, I mean, are you understanding the point? Like, it has to be working sometime during a period to say that it has been working fine during a period, proper period. You can say until December, my controls were working fine. That has been implemented in January, and maybe you can bring auditors to do a point in time testing for that. But generally, it doesn't happen. I mean, in that case, your customers, anytime a customer is required or is asking for a SOC report, they always want for a backdated, a period, audit period complete, not for like a month or a date or like that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Can I move on to the next part? Okay. All right. So this is part of understanding the SOC report. So, we can quickly cover these, understanding the SOC report, and then because it's a lot of details, so maybe, we can continue that in the next session. But right now, I want to highlight all the areas that are covered in a SOC report. Okay, the SOC report covers, like, you have generally 5 sections within a SOC report. I mean, we have been trying to get a SOC report, which does not have confidential information, but unfortunately, we were not able to. So if you have, like in your company, if you're working on a SOC report, if you have, I would highly suggest you to, after the call or any time you get, go ahead and see the section based on what we are discussing right now. I think it will give you a huge clarity on that. Okay.
So I was able to download a SOC 2 report from online Google by Googling. I'm not sure whether that is valid or not. This was for EYIENT.
See, generally, the SOC 2 reports are the confidential, they contain confidential data. I mean, the details about a process, I mean, a particular company business process. But if you have, like, maybe I'm not very sure that, we can show you something, but I'll just try to see if I can find something which is redacted, which has redacted information on that, then we can show you. I mean, it's not correct.
Yeah, I'll probably share this on the group as well.
Yeah, sure. I'll give it a look.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So there are multiple, there are 5 total sections in any SOC report, especially SOC 2 report. SOC 1 also have 5 sections. SOC 3 is just like, summary of SOC 2. So you can just, right now, you can not think about that. 5 section starts with independent service auditor's opinion. The auditor in that case will say that these all business processes for these locations, for these areas has been audited and the controls are working fine or not. Control. Let me see the report that you have shared. That will give a. Okay, I think we have that report. All of you, if you can, open that, and that will give you a very much idea about what we are talking about here. Can all of you open that with you? But let me show you one screen. Just give me a second.
Is there a separate WhatsApp group for this session?
Recorded with
Yes,
recorded session?
WhatsApp group.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
is.
there is.
Okay, I think I'm not being added.
Okay, I'll
Or is
ask
there
them.
can you please add me? Share me the link so that I can add myself.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this is an example of a SOC type 2 report. You can see that it always says AITA service organization. It is a SOC organization. Here, the client data.
Your voice is not clear.
Okay. Hello.
Still same. I mean, hope that is all. When is the rest of the members are able to hear the instructor properly, or
Are
it's only from
others able to hear properly?
Now, yes.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. I'm not sure what's the issue. Okay, perfect. Now here you can see that there are 3 trust service criteria. Very clearly it is highlighted that for what trust service criteria the report is being made. What is the overall audit period that we are covering? So it is covering like November 1 to October 31. So you can see it's a 12-month period that they're covering. Okay. I will just quickly right now. The first one is independent service auditor review, auditor's report. It is created by the auditors. They mention the scope. What's the scope that they have covered in the audit? I mean, what services, like they have design and special data services or others, on what criteria, for what audit period. Everything is mentioned in this. Okay. They include the description of if there are any other services that they are testing, what all locations they are covering. Everything there is right. They also write what was their responsibility, whether they have, company is responsible for preparing the description and they are responsible for identifying or testing the controls like that. It's a standard format which is used in most of the reports similarly. And
Maybe your voice.
Yeah, again the voice is breaking.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Right. But it's gone bad again.
But the recording will stop. Wait.
No, the voice is still breaking up.
I have changed my Wi-Fi. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, now better.
Is it better now? Okay.
Much better.
Yeah, great. So this is the important part where they mention the opinion, what they have. Like they mentioned that, description that the management present, it was designed and implemented throughout the period. Assurance, like I mentioned, no auditor, nobody says that, we are providing complete assurance, because auditor risk is a term. If somebody sees here, they'll know. Auditing risk is a term where there can be manual errors, there can be some risk that, some material information got missed. So we always say that, we are able to provide a reasonable assurance that the applicable trust service criteria were met throughout the period. Then they say a description of test of controls, that the specific control we tested, presented in section 4 and all those things, and they sign on it. Okay. They have to be AICPA. If they are not, they do not have a AICPA license, they cannot do these audits. Okay. Second is management assertion. Management is responsible for providing description of all their services, and at the end they mention that the description indicate that there is a section for complementary user entity controls as well. I'll come to that in the next session. That's a separate topic in itself. So they confirm in this section that to the best of our knowledge that the description that we have provided was designed and implemented throughout this period, and whatever evidence we have provided was complete and accurate to the best of our knowledge. Okay. Control stated, and they mention that the control stated is operated effectively throughout the period if the complementary user entity controls assumed. I'll come to that complementary user entity controls, and they sign on it. Okay. This is the management assertion, like the company who is getting the SOC report. Then comes the section 3 of the report, which is description of all their services. Okay. It will talk about everything, like starting with what services are being audited, what the sub-service organization was, who are the people responsible, so your board of directors, your other teams, in what all policies you have in place, what all tools or infrastructure, how your network segmentation work, what are the components of your system, how your data flow works, how your physical access is managed, your data center. Everything from logical access, physical access, network security, perimeter security, endpoint security, responsible teams, tools that are being used, how many applications you are using. So everything you can think of from a scope from IT perspective, everything is included in the section 3 report. Section 3 just says what all system exists, how everything is interacting with each other, how all processes are being done. And from these processes, controls are identified. Okay. What's your organizational structure, like your org chart, your board of directors, everything is included in section 3. How your new hire procedures, what are the training development procedures, incident, logical access, security configuration, and all those details. Okay. This is included in section 3. Now comes the auditors have an understanding how processes works, all the scope, all the assets, all the controls. Now in section 4, they will test these controls. They will say that we are going to test these controls, they'll ask information regarding types of services, infrastructure, software, people, and they'll test those controls. For testing also, there are multiple types. I will come to that when we discuss these sections in detail. There are multiple types of tests that happen. See, this is how the controls are tested. Okay. Yes, there can be multiple control criteria. So AICPA defines these criteria. Okay. And within these criteria, different controls can be there. Like if you are getting yourself SOC 2 for security and availability, there are set of control criteria that are already defined by AICPA. Control criteria you can also say is as your control objectives. Okay, they are already defined. The auditors go ahead and for those criteria, they see whether there are appropriate controls, implemented within the process or not. And for those controls, they test the controls. So for those controls, they test the effectiveness of that. Does that make sense, or was it like too confusing? I can explain that. Are you able to understand that? I can show you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, I can show an example. Like CC6 represents logical and physical access controls. So there is a control criteria. CC stands for control criteria. CC 611 stands for that the entity implements logical access security software, infrastructure, and architecture over protected information assets to protect them from security events to meet the entity objectives. That's a control criteria. Now, within this control criteria, it's mentioned that you should have logical access controls for your software, for your infrastructure, for your architecture to protect your information assets. Okay. Now you should have as a company multiple controls in place to satisfy this control criteria. Like you should have a process for logical access controls. Access should be granted on least privilege basis. Company has established hardening standards like that. Network diagrams are there. Privileged access is restricted. Confidential data is classified. So all those controls needs to be implemented. But these controls can change. Okay, there can be uh, multiple controls. There can be least amount of controls, but overall it should cover the control criteria. First of all, the auditors will see whether all the risk areas within this control criteria are implemented from control perspective in your environment or not. If they see that this control criteria is not completely implemented in your organization, it's a gap. Even if you have 4 controls, 4 are operating effectively, but you don't have a control to manage your privilege access. It's a gap. They will say that no controls has been designed to manage the privilege access or something like that. Does that make sense? So this criteria is already defined by AICPA based on what TSC you choose to have, and then you have to have controls based on your own. Okay, we can discuss these. Now, in all those, and the reports are mentioned like, no exception noted, there was no exception noted. It also mentions how they have tested the control. They will say that, if they are testing the network diagram, they'll say that inspected the network diagram of this company and determined that the company have this in place to provide redundancy in case of link failure. And they'll write this as no exception noted. And if exception is identified, it will be mentioned here in the test result. Okay. And then comes the section 5. This is other information which is provided by the management. So management response to exception noted. Okay, like see here, I was mentioning that there is an item, a control activity, that all policies are updated or reviewed at least every year to ensure that these are current and in line with the current business. This is a control activity. But exception was noted that in some cases they could not verify. The auditors could not verify if the policy documents were periodically reviewed. Okay, in the absence of relevant information in the policy document version history. What could have happened? That in the policy, there was not a section that could say that it was reviewed on this very date. Generally, there is a document version history in all the policies. Have you seen that? In any good policy you see, there is a document version history. It says who created this policy, when what is last approved, when what is last reviewed, the dates, the designation of the person who approved and reviewed it. And every year that document version history is maintained. Like version 1 was approved and reviewed in 2017. Version 2 was reviewed again in 2018 by this person. So auditors will verify that it has been reviewed and updated every year and by authorized person. Like if that is approved by normal a security officer, it will not be considered correct. It has to be reviewed by someone in the leadership, like that. So that's the exception, is that they could not verify if they were periodically reviewed because the information was not present. There doesn't has to be everything wrong. Even if the information is not present, the auditors will say that there's an exception. Management says that they have reviewed policy documentation and will take steps to document the same, that they will, remediate it, like that. Does this give you an idea of how the overall flow of SOC report is? Or like, was I going too fast?
And probably anytime in the whole course period, can we spend like an hour to have like a mock SOC audit for a customer? Would that be possible?
A mock SOC audit, like step by step.
For like 15-20 minutes, like, okay, how an auditor.
We can do that. We can do that. In fact, in the last session, probably we can divide the group in 2, and one team can play as the management, other team can play as auditors, and we can do a mock session around it.
I think that should be helpful because your guidance would also help us to understand how an auditor would question and how a customer can address it, and probably that should be really helpful.
Yeah, sure. We can do that. Anybody else has any feedback? I mean, we can implement it. We are a group of small, any question is fine, and any way you want, we can include that in the sessions.
Yeah, I have a different query as well. So you mentioned that only AICPA approved auditors can do the SOC audit, right? So
AICPA
how would-
provides license to the companies who can do these audits.
so it provides like
Separate auditors are not approved.
So what about the auditor? How would he become qualified?
Auditor, you will
And then the individual auditor who goes through the client's place.
Okay, so first of all, you have to be associated with a company who has the AICPA license, CPA license to do this.
Mhm.
So you cannot be, an independent auditor, and you can go ahead and audit. You cannot do that. You have to be a CPA licensed firm with you. Okay, and somebody who is CPA certified to sign on that report. Okay, only CPA qualified people can sign over on the report. Like when I was part of a Big Four, I was not separate CPA certified auditor, but I was part of the firm who had that license, and the whole audit process goes through multiple reviews. Like if I was testing the controls, my work was reviewed by my superiors, by her managers, and then the final partner, who is a CPA certified person, was reviewed by that, and then he signs on that,
Okay.
that all the testing has been done is correct or not. Like in the first independent opinion report, I or you as a just an employee who's working with the firm cannot sign on that. It's the partner who is CPA, who has the CPA license. If they don't have, it's an issue. If they sign on that and that comes, because AICPA also does their audits for their CPA licensed firms.
Mhm, mhm.
Okay. And if that comes in the picture, like I have heard some cases where it was identified, and it's like huge financial penalty, and also the license was cancelled and everything happened.
Okay.
So but you can be an auditor. You are you have like sufficient knowledge to implement these controls in a particular organization, or probably you can showcase that to your possible employers by having a CISA, or other certifications, that I know these things, and then you can go ahead. You don't need to be an certified licensed person, or be associated with a certified license team to implement these controls, because you are just helping them. You are providing your guidance. You are helping them to implement these controls, because you know the picture, you know the risk, you know the controls that you can do, but you cannot audit them.
Sorry, I missed this part which you said, like anyone who has like a CISA or something,
Mhm.
can they do it?
You cannot
automatically or-
audit. You cannot
Huh?
audit independently. You cannot. You have to be associated with a AICPA licensed firm to do the auditing.
Noted. But internally you can do that, right?
Internally, you
From an
can do
IT
it. Yeah.
Internal, so only it's respective to the
Auditors.
external audit team who signs the doc and
Yes.
who prepares or with the doc overall.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for participating and interacting so well during the session. If you have any feedback from me, please let me know. We can include that in the next sessions, and tweak our session accordingly, so that it's helpful to everybody.
So one more final query for today.
Yeah.
Will you be able to share the implementation checklist or the actual checklist that is used during the audits?
See, there is no particular checklist that I can share. Implementation completely depends on what trust service criteria you want to get yourself audited to, what all controls there can be. What I can share is, for each of the trust service criteria, what all common criteria are, what all control criteria is mentioned within that you can find on the AICPA website. And for those control criteria, you have to have sufficient controls in place for your organization, so that it's clean.
Any links from AICPA? Is that possible for you to share? I mean, that
I
should be
will
able to-
share that. I will 100% share that in the next session.
Okay, done. Or before the session, that should also help.
Yeah, sure. I'll try to send it today in WhatsApp group.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you everyone for your time. Have a good Saturday, rest of the Saturday, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Have a nice one. See you tomorrow.
Bye.